Hello students, a very good evening to all of you. On this particular, the first session of your fast track batch for the students appearing for the upcoming November 2023 attempt. Now, students, this, as we all are aware, one and most important thing that the students keeps asking about it, that's whether the amendment of this recent budget of the Finance Act 2023, is it going to be made applicable to our examination, November 23 examination? To that the answer is no. You will have the same Finance Act of Finance Act 2022. That is what you need to deal with it even for your November 23 examination. So whatever was there for May 23 examination, the amendments and the law applicability will remain the same. So therefore there is no such changes which is to be there. Now all the students who are joined online also, good evening. Mogan Sharma, good evening students. Now this fast track batch students has got a mix of all the students. In fact, in the face-to-face students who are there in front of me, I had the opportunity to ask them about primarily how they are prepared for the direct tax paper. We do have even the students who, for them as such, the direct tax, they are going to do it for the very first time. So that is also the kind of students that we will be trying to cater in this particular fast track batch. How it is going to be made possible, leave it up to me. But still, I will try to give you, Shoaib, good evening, Shoaib. So, but still, I will give you a bit of the idea about how we are going to go ahead so far as this particular batch is concerned. Students, the first and the foremost thing, those who have appeared already and those who would be appearing in the direct tax paper, mainly the challenge for all the students is there is a lack of practice, one. Secondly, their mind does not open up in that particular kind of the question or the combination of the question which has been targeted. So the challenges are, number one is the lack of practice. Number two, various combinations of the questions which are targeted in the examination. Those questions students are not in a position to deal with it properly. And that is the reason why their pace of solving the questions is also very slow. I will be addressing these areas as well in this fast track. Now, how we are going to do it? Let me give you the details of it. Today is the first lecture, students. So, I will be having my base material will be this particular booklet, which is the capsule book. So, this is what I am going to use it in this fast track batch. Some students can also, who are doing it in the Gdrive, they have the option that they can have the physical books or they can have the soft copy. That is up to them. Most importantly, students, after every day's lecture is over, in the lecture, we will be doing practice also of the questions. So whatever are the tough particular sections which are there, I am going to do it in the class, some practice of those particular questions. That is point number one. Secondly, the next day session, first half an hour, what I'm going to do is that I will be consolidating all the MCQs and some tricky adjustment of a different question, but of similar type. So that we are going to discuss those tricky adjustments in the class for the first half an hour to 45 minutes. So therefore, what will happen? We will use the classroom time to solve on the difficult sections some questions on that, so that we have the exposure of all the difficult sections, how to apply in the given set of scenario. Second, whatever are the MCQs or whatever are the other practical questions which we may not have dealt in the classroom, but those questions are similar. Those questions are similar, but it has got couple of unique adjustments unique to the earlier question that we have solved in the class. So those particular unique particular adjustments is what we are going to discuss in the next day's first half an hour lecture. Apart from that, because I have the students in front of me as well, and I have told to them that I would be here majorly in Hyderabad for the next 6 months. That's quite a time, and therefore I don't have anything else to do but to just do this lectures and all. So that is the only thing that I have got the job to do. So therefore, we will be doing some additional practice sessions as well in this fast track batch. That would be over and above the normal particular duration. So over and above like 2 to 9 we are having the lecture, but I will keep extra practice session on some particular topics. Like there are practical topic, question number 1, total income computations and all, assessment of company, trust taxation. So it's not that we are not going to solve some question on trust taxation, we will do it. But because these are the topics which are of high value importance in the examination, it is always better to practice more. So for few topics we will be involving ourselves to have some additional practice session of those particular topics. Transfer pricing. So which are the short particular topic that we do know. So that is what primarily we are going to deal with it. After that, the more important particular point would be that students will be saying that what is the batch duration? So the batch duration will be till 10th. Maybe 1 or 2 days extra if supposingly some spillover can happen. We cannot rule out this 1 or 2 day extra. If at all there is a stretch, that will happen. Okay, but 25th of July today till 10th of August. Couple of days more, primarily it can go up because I just want to ensure that things are being dealt comprehensively. The next particular point about the students is that many students are in the Gdrive. For the Gdrive students who are there, they are asking that, sir, by when the lectures will get uploaded. So 2 days is a lead time. So if today is 25th July, if I am taking the lecture in the Gdrive, it will be uploaded by 27th of July. So that particular 2 days, this particular thing would always be there. So within that 48 hours of the live lecture, the Gdrive lectures will get updated. That is how will be dealt in this particular case. Is that clear to all of you students? Any specific queries, those who are there in the face-to-face or those who want to target right now in the online live batch, students who are watching, I can go with your query. So you can just let me know and then we are going to start. Okay, one particular point before itself I will let you know. Obviously students, you should also understand that time is premium for us because we have got a limited number of days to cover up this particular syllabus. I am going to go for the the target value would be like the international taxation, 30 marks, which you do know it's a short particular game. The next particular part like trust taxation, that is the difficult topics, but there have got a short thing. TDS, TCS. Now there is no interlinking between these topics. The best part is that there is no interlinking between these topics. So therefore we are going to systematically target one area and try to cover up those areas. Assessment procedure also goes in different tangent, but assessment procedure, since I will do it last. It's more theoretical in nature. I just want to get the practicals first and solve those things first. So the sequence would go like this: that international taxation, trust taxation, TDS and TCS. And then thereafter, I will get into those assessment of company, alternate tax regime, which actually also has got more of practice. So that is the sequence, and thereafter the theoretical aspect of assessment procedure will follow on a bit later. So this is precisely how students we have decided so far as this is concerned, and more important point, students. Now, this is a big USP of this particular batch. And what is the USP? All the students will then be ready for 3 test papers. I think I have already announced it somewhere. I think made the announcement. If you are not aware, hear it out again. You will have the 3 test papers as a part of this particular batch. Which are the 3 papers? The syllabus. 50 marks part A, 50 marks part B and 100 marks part C. Because as you people are also aware, the time is premium. Or at the same point of time, you don't know how to in fact write the answers properly. The manner in which you present your answers are not up to the mark. So therefore, these are the challenges which the students face, and hence I would be involving myself in setting up the three papers and correcting those three papers. Because I think the audience probably would be limited. It would not go, I assume, more than 100 students in this batch. So 100 papers I can definitely can check. So I think the topmost would be the total, all the students together, 100. When this particular papers would be there, so 50 marks, we'll have it in August 10. 15th of September, we'll have the next 15, so that at least you also get some time to prepare for it. So August end, 50 marks, 15 September, 50 marks, and 30 September, 100 marks. Because you cannot write paper in October. October, you will be having a different pressure. So I just want to get the test series done, dusted in this, starting with August end, and the two more papers, 15th September and 30th of September. That is how we will end up this entire batch. So the closure of the batch will be through the test series prepared by me on the three papers and also evaluated by me. Is that point clear to all of you students? Any doubt that you have, please do let me know, and then we can kickstart with this. Any doubt, specific queries? All of you also. And also those who are there in the face-to-face, take this advantage, because I am in person in front of you. Whatever is the best thing that you can ask me, please do ask me. Okay? Either during the lecture or after the lecture or before the lecture, as the case. Fair enough, students. So shall we kickstart now? Let's get started. The first, obviously, the topic which I am going to do would be the non-international taxation. I already have introduced this particular point with all of you. So I'm starting with international taxation straight away. International taxation, students. Let's get started with this. So, okay, you will say, sir, what is required? What is that we have to bring? Obviously, if the book or the soft copy of this material, as the case may be, plus I also want a notebook from all of you. Just keep one separate notebook for this particular paper, and this is what is required. Now let's get started, students. In this case, we will go do a systematic particular case of international taxation. Please take a note of it. Give a heading, international tax, and in the international taxation, the first would be the, I'm targeting the non-resident taxation. Transfer pricing, I'm going to deal with it later on. Transfer pricing, students, I'm going to deal with it later on. The first is the NR tax. Fine. Now, please take a bird's eye view of what you can expect in this topic. What is our discussion, so that at least you people are aware where we are in our discussion. Okay, so every day's progress, you are aware that where exactly we are in this particular topic range. So students, here the first concept that is there is that of the residential status, which is there. Residential status is the first particular topic which has been there. The second in this context, students, is the income deemed to accrue or arise in India. The deeming fiction, Shri, good evening. The deemed income. Deemed income section 9. Now this deemed income section 9 should also be touched upon with the exemption under section 10. ICI, if you remember, students, last November attempt, beautiful exemption section, they've targeted 10.6, some application of that. So exemption under section 10, that is the second. I'm just giving you the bird's eye view of the topics that we are going to do. What is the price? Price of what? The fast track batch. I think those things you can check, students, in the description box of the video. Inquiries, where the number for inquiry? Yes. Any number for inquiries which are there? In the description box of the video, students, you can see the details which have been given. Or we can, one link would be shared if you people are talking about this one, or in the description box of the video. Exemption under section 10, students. Third one. The third one, students, is double taxation DTAA plus, or you can just write DTAA over here. I'll just use it separately. And the last category, students, over here would be the the theory part. Now, at the same time, students, here, this is what it is in this context. The part A which I am designing for you has got this element. Part A, residential status, deemed income under section 9, exemption under section 10, DTAA, and the last one is the theoretical part. Now here, students, I'll tell you the relevance importance also, because obviously you should know herein. In this case, students, there is no direct question which is targeted over here. No direct question, students, in this particular category. No direct question is targeted in this particular category. So therefore, if you see over here in this context, but at the same time it is very important, it is targeted, it is combined with what? With the MCQ and the practicals. So don't, in the day of, because why it is such an important way to understand, because on the day of the examination, students, your revision also would have to be more practical, because many students say that revision becomes a big challenge, and your revision should be understandably, should be whether is there a direct question targeted or it is only being used for something else. Because then I will also have my revision lectures, which should be somewhere in by 15th of September. I will put my revision lectures on this, and you will understand that there's a different way to revise for a direct chapter, direct question, versus an area wherein the questions are not direct but it may be used. So you have to be very smart when you actually start revising the syllabus. So there are two different things, learning versus revising. In revising, you cannot be giving equal weightage to everything. You should know that something needs to be revised in a smart manner, something needs to be revised the way you have learned. So that's a trick which has been there, which we will discuss it, students, as we take it forward. Now, this is one of the most important particular areas, students, and there could be definitely a direct question which are being targeted. Direct question which is targeted, plus be careful, students. ICA love this area with the topic of TDS and TCS. So ICA used section 9, and we will see how these people are doing it. Non-resident has an income in India, that you have to prove it as per section 9. Through section 9, you have to say that the income of the non-resident is taxable under the Act. The income of the non-resident is taxable under the Act. Once you have proved that the income of the non-resident is taxable under the Act, then the person who is making the payment, to that non-resident, is he supposed to deduct the TDS? That is what the question is targeted. So therefore here you have to be careful. It's not only about section 9, that whether it is an income of the non-resident chargeable under the Act, you also need to go one step further, whether the person who is paying the income to that non-resident, is he supposed to deduct TDS or not. That is the line of thought that you should have in this area. This DTAA is a favorite of the ICI, and you can always expect one 10 marks question, a practical question, direct question which is there. Practical question. And see, as I told you earlier, for a direct question, the revision pattern is different as compared to the area where there is no direct question. So we will see on that. Theory, students, you can see at least 3 to 5 marks. Outright theory. So even that has to be dealt as and when you will discuss it. Is that point clear, students, over here? On that, shall we kickstart with the discussion? Just copy on this, all of you, just to ensure that everything has been taken into account. Any queries? Those who are right now watching the lectures in live, you can ask the query which is there, and those who are inquiring about the lectures, you can just contact to a number 876624 6684 876624 6684. Let's start, students. Residential status, very important. At least combinations we will have to do, we can't ignore it. But let me start with the very basic thing, students, very basic thing, because one area wherein the ICI is very innovative is the non-resident taxation and transfer pricing also. Why? 30 marks, everyone knows it, and if everyone knows it, it should become very, they cannot make it simple that 30 marks you will get it in your pocket straight away. Otherwise, DT would have been the most scoring paper in the group 2. So, this area of 30 marks, ICI is very innovative. And because they are very innovative, expect always new questions. And if it is a new questions, then it will boil down to your conceptual clarity on whatever you are learning in this. Is that point clear to all of you? Fees, I think Sri, you can just contact to that particular therein. Please contact to that number. The fees is, I think, how much is the fees? 3,500 with books. Okay, 3,500 with books. Now, students, let's have a look over here. In this case, please, all of you. So I think the fees is made very competitive here, because obviously this being the first batch which is there in Hyderabad, it is primarily which will be made so competitive. And primarily, I can just tell you, students, is that there is no, obviously you can just imagine, absolutely there is no profit making in this particular case. Now here in this context, students, please take section 4. What is section 4? The charging section. Students, section 4 is what? The charging section of the Income Tax Act. The way you have for GST, the charging section, if I am not mistaken, section 7. Same way, section 4 is the charging section of the income tax law. In a very simple word, what is the simple word? It says that the total income of a person, it is 3229. The total income of a person for the previous year, is charged to tax, in the next following AY. In the next following AY. In a very simple sentence, I'm just making, right? The total income of a person for the previous year. So the taxability is on what, students? The taxability in this case, it is on the total income of a person for the previous year is charged to tax in the next following assessment year. Is that clear to all of you? Now, obviously, everyone know that previous year 22-23 for all of you, which is the previous year applicable for your examination, November 23 examination, previous year is 22-23. That is your previous year. What is your AY? Your assessment year in this case 23-24. Okay, everyone, just it's better to always refresh this particular memory. The target, students, over here is on the total income. The game is the total income. Now, for non-resident taxation, see how this concept of total income is so important. For a non-resident taxation, students, see how this concept of the total income is very important. How? Let's see. Total income. Section 2 clause 45. That is the section, and it says what? Total income means, it means what? Total income means what? It means three things. Which are those three things? Point number 1. It means income. Income which is income which falls within the scope. Which falls within the scope of what? Scope of section 5, which falls within the scope of section 5 and which is computed in the manner laid down under the act, in the manner laid down under the act, So total income, it means an income which falls within the scope of section 5, and which is computed in the manner laid down under the act. So therefore the real game is section 5. What is section 5? As you all know, students, section 5 is what? The scope of total income chargeable under the act. What is section 5? The scope of the total income chargeable under the act. Okay, and that scope depends upon what? Depends upon to the residential status of the person. The scope of the total income which is chargeable to tax under the act depends upon the residential status of the person. That is the real game, because if a person happens to be a resident in that particular case, you all are aware in a way that the global income is taxable under the act. If you are a resident, the global income is taxable in that scenario, and if you are a non-resident, in that situation only two categories of the income is chargeable under the act, and the two categories of income is income which is accrued or deemed to have accrued or rise in India, and the second one happens to be the income which is received in India, isn't it? So income which is accrued or deemed accrued. This is a very important word, students. You miss out on that word deemed. Many students very casually, they don't write the word deemed. They say only accrued. I will let you know where exactly the difference happens. The word deems come later on, not right now. So income accrued, what is DDA? Deemed accrued. Okay, where? In India. In India, that is point number 1. Or what, students? Income which is received in India. Received in India. Right, students? Received in India. Okay, students, one more point, announcement. All the students who have their friends for May 24 and November 24, again, the batch starts on 22nd of August, and that will be in the morning, 6:30. So once I am completely done with your batch and all the practice and all, then I am going to start with that particular next batch for May 24, November 24. So it means that I am completely dedicated only for your batch right now. Okay, the next 20 days I am giving it only for your batch. 22nd of August, we start for May 24, November 24. Now, any of your friends who are staying in Hyderabad and as SR Nagar, we have got the face-to-face batch. The timings are in the morning, 6:30 to 9:30 in the morning. So at least you can tell your friends also who can attend face-to-face in the morning, they can do come. So that is for May 24 and November 24 attempt. Starting would be 22nd of August. Okay, just let your friends know about it, those who would be appearing for that. You will just have duration of the batch. So it is around 200 hours. So therefore, starting with 22nd August, so 3 hours daily, in this case till 31st of October, you can say that. Okay, 31st of October, so that would be the duration of your batch, 31st of October. Okay, face to face, that same would also be getting live recording and the Gdrive of that particular batch. Gdrive, same duration, 48 hours. Let's start, students, then. Any doubt, students, over here? No. Now, why this is important? November 2022 attempt, ICI beautifully have targeted one question. Many students could not even get hold with that question. We will see that examination question, but not today, tomorrow's class. I'll let you know what ICI has done in that. Students, be careful. For the non-resident taxation, students, please be careful. Huh? For the non-resident taxation, if a person is a non-resident, students, if a person is a non-resident, then in that case, students, what will happen? Then the scope is only of the two categories of income. Which are two categories of income? Income which is accrued or deemed to have accrued in India, or income which is received in India. So only that much portion which falls within the scope, only that much portion which falls within the scope is going to be computed. So only what gets selected in the scope will then be taken further. Further for what? For the purpose of computation. For the purpose of the computation. And how do you compute it? The computation, students, you all are aware. Probably you will see heads of income and all. In the November 22 examination, which we'll see, I'll just quickly take you through to that question paper tomorrow. And you will see what these people did. In that paper, students, what they did? They have given for a non-resident one item of income, of that non-resident item of income, which neither accrued in India nor it got received in India. So if for a non-resident, if there is any item of income in the question which neither gets accrued in India nor it gets received in India, are you going to take that particular item of income in your computation? Answer is no. Please don't take it in the computation. Why you will not take it in the computation? Because it does not fall within the scope. So first you need to fall within the scope. First you need to fall within the scope depending upon the residential status, and then you will do the computation of that item of income. Which item of income? Which falls within the scope. Because our mind is conditioned that you are only a resident to world income. We don't see that way in final CA. 10 marks question. They will give some item of income of a non-resident which is neither getting accrued in India nor it is received in India. So what are you going to do? Ignore it. But ignoring without writing a note, they will not give you marks. So you have to tell in your notes why you have ignored that particular data which was given to you in the question. And the notes that you are going to write, it does not fall within the scope of section 5 for this non-resident, and hence not considered in the computation. I hope that all of you are clear with this one. Is that point clear, students? Every one of you? So this is the relevance of the residential status. Now, as far as the examination is concerned, I'll let you know now. Obviously, computation is a game. Everyone wants to come to the computation, but computation only of the scope, and the scope depends upon the residential status. Let's decide whether a person can be a resident or a non-resident. So let's see every person, starting with individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, partnership firm, company. These are the persons, isn't it? So these persons can either become a resident or they can become a non-resident, isn't it? So therefore, how to decide as to which is the test for this person to decide whether this person is a resident or non-resident? What is the test? We will see now the test which is there in this case. Simple. We will not extend it. This is manageable, but there are some amendments and some tricky areas. So at least those things we need to address it, and then thereafter we will discuss those particular things carefully. Starting with the individual part, students. Just have a look over here. Residential status other than individual. So right now, other than individual, why? Because it's a very simple thing. Who are covered over here, students? Now, obviously, those who have got the book, the page number which is there, what is the page? 796. Those who are referring to the book right now, page 796. Page 796, students. Freely uploaded SK, this is actually, you can say SK, it is technically free because the batch price itself is 3,500 including the books. Without books it is 2,500 rupees with soft copies. So it will not be uploaded, only today's class is uploaded, thereafter it will be like I think Gdrive. If you are not attending live, you have the Gdrive option, or you can also attend the live. Only today's class is actually given to you on a live mode. Okay, SK. Let's start. Now, obviously, you will say, sir, do we solve practicals on resident status? No, you don't have to solve that. I told you, waste of time. Primary. Yes, that needs to be known. Why? Some practical will come, wherein some MCQ might come, which I will test you in my extra practice session, wherein this concept would be applied. So please don't independently, at this point of time, don't solve any independent questions on this. Waste of time. You have to be smart in your revision. So how we are going to revise this? In some extra questions that we will see, in that you will find what? Find the application of their resident status. That's how you are supposed to do it. This is the way you have to do it in this case. Okay, let's start. Students, now HUF firm and AOP, they will be considered as a resident. They will be considered as a resident if what? If the control and management of affairs is wholly or partly in India. If what, students? If the control and management of the affairs is wholly or partly in India. So it's simple thing. Like partly control in India, partly control outside India. HUF, partnership firm, AOP, BOI, will they be considered as resident? Answer is yes. Okay, answer is yes. Part control in India is sufficient for them to be considered as resident. Part control is sufficient for them to be considered as what? Resident. Control has not been defined here, but control would mean like exercising the dominance over the business. Now that dominance can be through obviously the rights, like my profit sharing ratio is more than 50% in that scenario. So that could be the case. So, or maybe you can say that their control is the main partners are there in India, who are having the controlling power is with whom? Partners. 51% or more partners are there in India. So if supposedly the partner that in this case two partners A and B, A is in India, okay, B is outside India. For example, both of them are working partners. Both of them are working partners. A share is 2, B share is 1, and all the other things remain the same. Can we therefore say, in this case, being both are working partners, can we therefore say that 2:1, the profit sharing being very higher side? In this case, can we therefore say he is having, on the assumption that other things remain the same, we will say what? That Mr. A appears to be controlling what? Controlling the firm, having a higher partnership, higher profit share ratio. So if Mr. A is controlling, where is the control? Where is the control in this case? In India. And if the control is in India, in that case the partnership firm of A and B will be considered as what? Resident in India. The partnership firm of A and B will be considered as resident in India. This is how it will be. Up till now they have not targeted this sort of a question in the examination, but good that you have asked the question. So this is one of the way to decide for the partnership firm, for the AOP BOI, for the HUF. HUF would be the Karta. The working person is the Karta mainly in this case. So Karta, if he is the resident, in that situation we can say safely that yes, the person would be considered to be resident in this case. That way. Now let's come to the company part, students. Only two things are important now for your examination up till now. When a company would be considered to be a resident, what they have said, Indian company, students see here, Indian company always is a resident. Indian company always is a resident. And what about the foreign company? It depends upon its POEM. The foreign company, students, it will all depend upon its POEM. So if the place of effective management of that particular foreign company if that foreign company's poem is in India, place of effective management of the foreign company, if that is in India, it is a resident person. Now what is this poem thing, students? Poem I will discuss today class at the last. Why? Last, because I will manage my time also in this way. Because priority has to be given. Some technical sections are going to come. I need to take it first. So even that discretion I will exercise it, which I have to take initial and which I will take it last also. Because some difficult sections are going to come. I cannot keep that towards the end. So I will use the time in such a way that towards the end of the things, when you are tired and all, at that stage I will use those time to discuss the simplest particular area. Is that clear to all of you? Okay, so because we have to manage the time in this way only, otherwise the things might get difficult as we proceed further. Individual students is an important one. This I will do it right now. Company, foreign company, place of effective management. Today's lecture at the end we will do. Okay, but individual is an important one because it's a bit technical also. After the amendment, I will make some charts for all of you so that you people also will take a note through that particular chart. Students, as far as the individual is concerned, it is always better to practice through this chart making exercise. While you are learning, you are also making those charts. Okay. So for an individual, students, be careful. What happens for an individual? For the individual students in this particular case, what happens? There are two basic tests. Satisfy two basic tests in that particular case. So herein what is the situation? General principle, students, general principle is like this. General principle to be considered to decide whether the individual is resident. Whether the individual is resident. So students, in this case what it is? General principle to be considered to decide whether the individual is resident. What it is? If he satisfies one of the two basic tests. One of the two basic tests. And what is that one of the two basic tests? What is one of the two basic tests? First one is, during the previous year, the minimum stay is 182 days. Or the second basic test is, during the previous year, the minimum stay is how much? 60 days plus last 4 preceding previous year. Last 4 preceding previous year. Previous year. Minimum 365 days. These are the aggregate, students. These are the aggregate. I think all of you are clear with this one. Simple thing, but important for all of you to write it down once. Because revision would be important for this. I told you earlier also. You cannot keep revising these concepts the way you are going to learn. So I am breaking it through the chart because your revision should become quick. That point of time. I hope that every one of you are through with this one. Students. Yeah, that's the reason why Siva, I have written minimum stay. That's the reason why Piyush, We have written minimum 182 days. So minimum 182 days, obviously it can be any day about that, isn't it? Piyush, Siva, shall we proceed now? Perfect. Now students, we go to the exception part. And in the exception, students, what exactly is the case? Yes, Avin, exception, students, is this. Exception 1. Only the first basic condition to be seen, basic condition to be seen, seen for whom? Seen for whom? For individual who either please be careful here, students. You have to be very careful over here. Individual who is citizen of India, plus leaves India during the previous year, plus, so he is leaving India during the previous year, plus for the purpose of what? Employment. You people think of yourself, you are leaving India for the purpose of your employment. At that stage, this is what has to be seen. Is that point clear to all of you? At that stage, this is what has to be seen. You people are leaving India for the purpose of taking up the employment. At that stage, this is what has to be seen. So if this is either and this is or is what, students? Let's see. Either or. Please be careful. Now here it is. I'll give you an example also. Don't worry. Quick example I also will give, but just right now write it down. Citizen of India or PIO. What is PIO? Person of Indian origin. Citizen of India, person of Indian origin who visit India during the previous year. During the previous year. Okay, just write here, students, other than exception 2. Please write here. What have you written? Other than exception 2. There is one more exception we will see. Have you all written like this? Citizen of India or a person of Indian origin who visits India. Visits India because in one of the attempt, ICAI has targeted a question wherein they have said that Mr. Amar, name itself, he is a person of Indian origin and he is coming in India for permanent settlement. That was the question. He is coming in India for permanent settlement. Means he was staying in US for the last 20 years. Now he is coming in India for permanent settlement. Then in that case what happens? In that particular case, students, in that particular case, we are going to say what? Only one basic condition will be applicable or both the basic condition has to be seen? Here, am I only going to see the first basic condition? The first basic condition. Am I going to see only the first basic condition or I will apply both the basic condition? Both the basic condition to see whether he is a resident or not. Why? Because Mr. Amar, he is a person of Indian origin. He is a person of Indian origin. Is he coming in India for visit purpose? Is he coming in India for visit purpose? Answer is no. He is coming for permanent settlement. And if he is coming for permanent settlement, then exception 1 is not applicable. If exception number 1 is not applicable, in that case what happens? His residential status will be decided based on what? Based on the general principle. Based on what, students? General principle. And what is general principle? If you will be considered as resident if you satisfy any one of the two basic condition. You will be considered as a resident if you satisfy any one of the two basic condition. Is that point clear to all of you? So think very carefully, students. Take your example. You people qualify your chartered accountancy examination and you get a job in Singapore. So what happens? Are you a citizen of India? Are you a citizen of India? Answer is yes. Are you leaving India for the purpose of taking up the employment outside India? Are you leaving in India for the purpose of taking up the employment outside India? Answer is yes. In that particular case, be careful. In that particular case, will you fall in exception number 1? Will you fall in exception number 1, student? How to close this? Any idea? Okay, here. So, exception 1, students, if you see over here. So, in your case, are you a citizen of India? Yes. Are you leaving India for the purpose of taking up employment outside India? In that situation, whether the exception 1 is applicable, if exception 1 is applicable in that situation, the first basic condition only has to be seen. And what is the first basic condition? During the previous year, your stay needs to be for minimum 182 days. During the previous year, your stay needs to be for minimum 182 days. Is that point clear to all of you? Now, obviously, if you say, sir, if we clear the examination in November, January the results out, February we fly to Singapore, then this current previous year which is going on, that is previous year 23-24, this is the current previous year which is going on. What would be your residential status in that situation? You are leaving in February 24 to take up this job in Singapore. You are citizen of India, leaving India for the purpose of what? Taking up employment outside India. Did you stayed in previous year 23-24 for minimum 182 days? Yes. Why? February 24. So therefore for 23-24 your stay was for minimum 182 days, and therefore for 23-24 you are a resident. But say you said no sir, we appeared for one group and we cleared our one group, then May 24 we appeared our first group. July the results came. July 24 the results came, we qualified, and August we went to take up the employment outside India. August 1st 24. In that situation 24-25 previous year, you are living when? August 1st 24. So for previous year 24-25, was your stay for a minimum period of 182 days? Answer is no, because you flied outside India on 1st August. So for previous year 24-25, your stay was not for more than or minimum 182 days. So for 24-25, you are a non-resident. You are a non-resident. Why? August 1st, na? April, May, June, July, and obviously July, 1st August you are. So 4 months in that situation. So your stay obviously is not touching 182 days. You are a non-resident. Now be careful. If you are a non-resident, students, one old question which I think you people would have done it. Let's discuss this one. Old question. Very old question. You are a non-resident. You are getting $10,000 salary. $10,000 salary, students, people are getting it. And then what you are doing in that scenario? With $10,000 salary which people are getting it, $10,000 salary which you people are getting it, students. You are telling to your employer in Singapore that 3,000 directly put up in HDFC Bank of my parents in India. So what happens? Your employer, out of $10,000, 3,000 he is crediting directly in the HDFC Bank. $7,000 he is directly paying it to you in Singapore. Then what happens? You are a non-resident. 2024-25. You left on 1st of August. You are a non-resident. But 7,000 credited in Singapore, 3,000 credited in India. What does it mean in this case? Do you know what will happen? You're a non-resident, yes. 10,000 is accrued outside India because you are rendering of services outside India. 10,000 is accrued outside India, rendering the services outside India. Out of that 10,000, 7,000 is received outside India. 7,000 is received outside India, but that 3,000, was it received in India? Answer is yes. And therefore what will happen? For non-resident, whether that 3,000, will it fall within the scope of section 5? 3,000, will it fall within the scope of section 5? Answer is yes. And therefore it will be chargeable to tax. Doesn't it? Therefore you have to be very careful on that. Non-resident receiving the income, then even that is falling within the scope and accordingly will be taxable. So your advice to that non-resident will be what? Your advice to that non-resident will be receive entire 10,000 in Singapore. Once you have received it, then do what? Do remittance to your parents. That exactly is what you are going to tell. Now, one more variety question. This variety was in 6C, paper 6C. International Taxation in Elective Paper. Beautiful question, no students? So what happened there in that particular question? So, husband and wife, citizen of India, they went out abroad, he got a job. He stayed outside India for that job purpose. Stayed outside India for job purpose. Okay. Then what? Then two sons born in US. So citizen of US, but are they person of Indian origin? Yes. Now that out of the two sons, one son gets a job where in India? He gets a job in a multinational company in India. Now that son is coming in India. Isn't it? That son is coming in India. Two basic condition or one basic condition for that son? Two or one in that case. Will he falls in? Because if you say, sir, no, first exception is applicable, then only one basic condition. But if you say that exception is not applicable, then two. Both. So, whether two or one, both the basic condition will have to be seen as per the general principle, or for this son, I will only focus on the exception one. It will be both. Why? Because this exception number one, first of all, who is he? He is a person of Indian origin. Is he coming or going? Coming. If it is coming, ask the question, is he coming for visit? Is he coming here for visit? No, for employment. It's not his visit, it is his employment. Obviously, he can be visiting even for employment purpose, isn't it? The visit can also be for employment purpose, that is fine. The visit can be tourism. The visit can be for employment, because like 2 days I came for some discussion dialogue for my company. That can also be there. But here the visit is for employment. It's not a visit, actually it is for staying. There is a degree of permanency. So whenever there is a degree of permanency, it is not a visit, isn't it? And therefore the first exception will not be applicable to me. In which case, as you said it correctly, students, very good. As you said it correctly, it will go where? In the first basic condition. It will go where, students? In the first, it will go under the general principle. General principle, satisfy any one of the two basic conditions. Okay? Let's take the discussion further. Be careful. Huh? The same son, after 3 years, he get a better of this thing. He gets a transfer to the same company in US. He prefers to go to US only. So, is he going outside India for the purpose of employment? Yes. Now his employment is in US. So he is going out of India for the purpose of the employment. Question is, whether exception 1 will it be applicable? Whether exception 1 will it be applicable? No. Why? Because exception 1 is for whom? It is for a citizen of India. And who is he? He is not a citizen of India, he is a person of Indian origin. Be careful. This is how these people target the questions in the exam. So therefore, be careful. When you are leaving India, exception 1 applicable only if you are a citizen, and you are leaving for what purpose? For the purpose of taking up the employment where? Outside India. And the second exception, the second case of the exception 1 is you can be citizen of India or a person of Indian origin and you are coming in India for visit purpose. You are coming in India for what? For visit purpose. In that situation, students, we can say that only one basic condition has to be seen. Okay. Now be careful, students, over here. Now, one of the important amendment is what we are going to target now, students. All of you will not take across the second exception. What is the second exception? That will run 6-1A. 6-1A will do. But let's finish it off this one. Other than exception number 2. I've written here what, students? See this one. Other than exception 2. So exception 2, students. Exception 2. This is for whom? For a citizen of India. Citizen of India or a person of Indian origin. Plus, he comes for visit to India. Visit to India plus his total income. His total income other than what? His total income other than the income, the foreign income. Simple word, students. Other than the foreign income is greater than rupees 15 lakhs. If all these conditions are satisfied, so this is a very important particular part, students. Be careful over here in this context. So students, you have to be extremely careful on this particular part. Total income. If you have the highlighter, students, use the same. In this context, is total income other than the foreign income is greater than 15 lakhs. Why, students? So if you satisfy all this test, in that situation, students, what happens? If you satisfy all this test, in that situation, students, what will happen? Again the same thing. What is that? Satisfy any one of the two basic condition to be considered as resident. And what is that, students? Here the things changes. To be considered as resident, and this is what, students? First one. First condition is minimum stay during the previous year. During the previous year is 182 days. And what is the second one, students? The second one is the minimum stay is 120 days during the previous year. Plus what? Plus minimum stay in preceding four previous year. In aggregate is how much? 365 days. 365 days. 365 days, students. I hope that all of you have copied on this. Please copy on this one, friends. So this or this. So just be very careful. This is the only trick which is there, students, over here. Umala, this is the only particular thing, students, which you have to be careful about it. So one may argue that, sir, what is the difference between the first and the second one? So the difference, as you can see very carefully, students, in this context is what? Difference is herein, as I told you. Now, if they only tell you visit, they don't tell you anything about. They don't tell you anything about what is the total income of that particular individual. Who is the individual? The citizen of India or a person of Indian origin who is coming in India for visit purpose. If they are not telling anything about what is his total income, then don't worry. Only one basic condition to be seen. And what is the basic condition? 182 days. That is what has to be seen. But the moment they will tell you that the total income of this citizen of India or a person of Indian origin who is coming in India for visit purpose, in that case, if the total income is exceeding rupees 15 lakhs, then the basic condition will be 2. And what are the two basic conditions? First is the same, 182 days. The second one changes. And what is that? 120 days minimum in that previous year, and in the last 4 preceding previous year, aggregate 365. 365. And be careful, students, herein. Be careful. What is that? If, right herein, if the individual becomes resident because of this basic condition, then what? Then his status will be what? RNOR automatically. Please write first up here. If the individual becomes resident because of this basic condition, then his status will be RNOR automatically, students. Now, what is the relevance and the importance of this? Very important. Very relevant also. How it is. Students, these are the two important amendments that the ICAI has targeted. These are the two important amendments of the last budget, means last to last in the way, Finance Act 2021. One was this, wherein the second basic condition was also introduced in the case of citizen of India or a person of Indian origin who is coming in India for visit purpose, but his total income, other than the income from the foreign sources, is exceeding 15 lakhs. Then they have given you additional basic condition. This is what it is. 120 days in the current previous year, last 4 preceding previous year should be minimum 365 days. In that what? In that, students, they have said that the moment you become a resident, because of this new basic condition, your status will be what? RNOR. If you remember, students, in inter-CA, you people would have done it, that once a person is resident, individual is a resident, to say if he is a ordinary resident or not ordinary resident, there were some additional conditions that has to be seen for that individual to decide whether he is RNOR or RNNOR. There were some additional conditions to be seen, but here you will not see any additional condition. Simply, if you are a resident because of this reason, which reason? You are a citizen of India or a person of Indian origin, plus what? You are coming in India for visit purpose, and last is your total income, excluding the income from foreign sources, exceed rupees 15 lakhs during the previous year. In that case, if you are resident, if you become a resident because of this condition, automatically your status is RNNOR. Some students will say, then what is the difference? Well, there is one difference. If you are an RNNOR students, do you know what will happen? Be careful. If you are an RNNOR, the scope changes. For RNNOR, can you tell me what is the scope of the total income? Scope of the total income, students. Scope of the total income. Taxable. Chargeable. What is the scope of the total income which is chargeable? In this case, please be careful. Global income is taxable. Minus from this, which income? The one income which is not taxable. Which is that income? Foreign income. Foreign income. Other than business, which is controlled from India. Which is controlled from India. So minus the foreign income other than business which is controlled in India and received outside India. And received outside India. So this is what, students, is excluded. This is what is excluded. So if this is excluded, can we say this is the net total income then? Can we say this to be a net total income? Just keep this in mind. You never know how ICA can target this particular thing. Because this is on the amendment side, therefore you have to be careful. If this would not have been on the amendment side, I would not have stretched like this. Recent amendment, obviously of Finance Act 2021. So which is that global income? You are, what is your status? Students, what is your status? Your status is RNNOR. So what I have written? Global income is taxable. World income is taxable except for one category. Which category? Foreign income. What do you mean by foreign income? Income which you have earned in foreign country and also received in foreign country. Earned in foreign country. What is foreign income? Earned in foreign country and received in foreign country. Okay, but that income should not be a business income which is controlled from India. So many students can say, sir, any example you can give it to us? Yes, I can give you an example. I can give you an example of interest income, dividend income. Interest income and dividend income. Can we say interest income and dividend income of a RNNOR will not, which is earned in foreign country, received in foreign country, it will not be taxable? Can we say that? Yes, we can say that, isn't it? And that exactly is the point. So students, just keep this particular point in mind. Okay. So one of the example is dividend income, interest income of a resident and not ordinary resident, which is earned outside India, received outside India. Earned outside India, received outside India. Will it fall outside the scope? Will it fall outside the scope of section 5? Answer is yes. And if it falls outside the scope of section 5, you will say what? It will not be chargeable to tax under the Act. Is that one clear now, students, to all of you? This is what it has to be considered. I hope that every one of you are clear with this one. Each one of you, students, and that exactly is the point. That exactly is the point. Any query, students, now on this? Anyone? So students, this is what it is. Now we come on the second amendment, which is very important after this for individual. That what you are saying also. We come to that. All of you have copied this. Shall I go to the next slide now? Please, in this case, section 6.1. 1A. Section what? 6.1A. In the bracket 1A, yeah, students. In the bracket 1A. Section 6.1A. If an individual who is citizen of India, plus he is a non-resident as per what? As per the basic conditions. Basic conditions as per the general principles above. So students, what will happen? Then such individual can still be, can such individual shall deem to be, shall deem to be what? A resident if he satisfies, satisfied what students? Sorry, you can just write if his total income, his total income students other than the income from the foreign sources, his total income other than the income from foreign sources exceed what? Rupees 15 lakhs plus what? Plus students plus he is not liable to tax in any country for any reason whatsoever. He is not, what they've written, students, he is not liable to tax. He is not liable to tax in any country for any reason whatsoever. Is that clear? Any country whatsoever. So obviously now always be careful. First of all, this 6(1) is applicable to whom? To whom it is applicable? Individual. That individual who is a citizen of India. And what we are saying in this case, that as per the 6(1) basic condition that we have seen, he is a non-resident. Even in that case, there is one scenario where he could be deemed as a resident in India. And what is that one scenario? The scenario is that his total income in the previous year, excluding the income from foreign source, exceed rupees 15 lakhs. And what? And he is not liable to tax in any country. He is not liable to tax in any country for any reason whatsoever. So if that be the case, the government cannot then say that you are a stateless person. Stateless. This kind of a category are known as what? Stateless. Why? Because I am non-resident in India also because of the basic condition, and I am not liable to tax anywhere. And I am earning the income. I am not taxable in India because I am a non-resident, and I am not taxable anywhere. Then if you being a citizen of India, you are who? Citizen of India, and you are a non-resident as per the basic condition. At the same time, your total income excluding what? Excluding the foreign income is more than 15 lakhs, and you are not liable to tax in any country. Then Mr. Citizen of India, You are deemed to be a resident of India. And if you are deemed to be a resident of India, then what will happen? Your world income will be taxable. But hold on. Hold on, in this case what? So therefore this is how it would be. Now you write, students, below this. If, keep writing here in, if such individual is considered as deemed resident under section 6(1)(a), then his status automatically shall be what? Shall be R, and his status automatically, students, will be what? R and NOR. Is that clear to all of you, students? Fine. So two amendments which was made in recently, and because of those two amendments, if you are a resident, because of those two amendments you are a resident, what will be the final result? Result is your status will be R and NOR. R and NOR, students. There is a logic behind why these things have been told. But I will not go with this thing, because obviously it will take a lot of time right now, and we have such a crunch of time. But I hope that you have got hold with this one, because this is very confusing otherwise. If you don't make the chart, I'm not going to make the chart for each and everything in this paragraph, but some are very confusing. And believe me, on the day of the examination, everything jumbles up. And therefore, it's very important to segregate one by one everything very clearly at the start. Otherwise, it will get jumbled up. It will be a mess. Now, individual students, there is a concept of RNOR. Two additional conditions which are there, you can skip that. That is a completely inter-CA item. Final CA, they don't target all the particular thing. But yes, for this RNOR, automatic RNOR, this is important. This is important, students, because that is the amendment part. That if you are resident, because of this new amendment, your status automatically is, what is your status automatically? RNOR. And if you are RNOR, I told you already, what is that? What will be the scope? What will be the scope of the total income chargeable to tax? You all know what is the scope. Global income minus one category of income. What is that one category of income? The foreign income, other than the income which is other than the business income which is controlled from. Is that clear, students? Now it is important, students. Now be careful going forward. This chart, take it and make it a note. Never sit on this chart like you are having your lunch, your dinner and all. These concepts have to be revised at that time. You cannot keep this pending, like when I do DT revision again I will do this. This is not the way to be done. So you should know which area to be revised in between frequently. This is one among them. Is that clear to all of you? You cannot afford to keep this standing and merge it with your normal discussion. In the normal discussion, I'm telling you, you should select the section which should be targeted. And these things should be trashed out. Like you're traveling. I've already made the chart for you now. So don't sit as a session for these sections. Is that clear? Okay. Now we go on to our next point. I told you that foreign company, resident status, we will see at the end. So our next concept, students, is what? Section 9. And what is, I have already given you the chart. Section 9 is what? Income which is deemed to accrue or rise in India. And the first one is the game. Expect in November 23 a question that can be targeted from this side. Expect, students, in November, this poem of foreign company, at the end, students, at the end we'll do. Okay, poem of foreign company at the end of today's class we'll do. We'll not do anything right now. I don't want to risk section 9 in the process. So, foreign company poem at the end today of today's class. What is the page number of this? Page number of this? Students, page 808. This 911, expect one question in your number 23. Very important. I will say this. And ICI, I'm telling you students, is very innovative in this. This 911, at least I can say that. We have seen that ICI don't target anything directly, and this concept is also going to be considered in the equalization levy. Students, I have forgotten to write equalization levy. Can you write before theory? In the first, you have written a scope. Before theory, if you can write equalization levy also. Like DTAA was there. Initially, you have written the scope of NR taxation. So before theory, students, the last version was theory. In that scope chart which I have made, before that theory, please mention this. What is that? Equalization levy. Okay, very important topic. Now students, this concept right now we will learn only limitedly. But after equalization levy is through, I will merge something which will have the impact of this and equalization levy together. And ICI targets that, and be careful. Be careful on this one, students. There are interlinking which ICI has done in their RTPs and all which I've seen. We will do those questions also. And you will see how beautifully they have made the question. Right now our focus would be to understand 911. But after equalization levy, I'm going to interlink. We'll do some case studies which have the interlinking effect. You have to be very careful at that particular point of time. Okay? Let's start right now only as a concept. 911. Now section 9 has got in total 8 clause. 911 to 9 up till 918. Okay? Out of that, around like one this and another category is very important. But this is I consider to be very likely for November 23. So let's deal with it straight away very carefully. So as I told you students, again let's recap. For a non-resident, what we have told? For a non-resident, we have told that any income of a non-resident will be deemed to accrue as in India. Sorry. As far as non-resident is concerned, the scope of the total income chargeable to tax under the Act is the income which is accrued or deemed to accrued in India and the income which is received in India. These are the two particular scope of the income which is chargeable to tax under the Act. The two scope of the income which is chargeable to tax under the Act. Wasn't it? Now students, in this case, be careful. Income accrued or deemed to accrue in India. The deemed accrued part you will see from section 9. Now in section 9 they are creating a section whereby some income will fall within the scope of section 5. So which are those income? As per 911, 911 says that the following income of a non-resident will be deemed to accrue as in India. Which are the income? We can club this, students. This and this as 1. This I will say this to be 2 and this I will say this to be 3. Although it is written 1 and 2 there, but I just say in between the 3 items as 1, 2 and 3. Now any asset, property or a source of income in India. So there is one very popular question which is targeted and apply a bit common sense. This was in paper 6C. But I can tell you students, in one of the attempt, DTAA question, paper 7, DTAA question was tougher as compared to 6C. So therefore I told you, they can be very innovative and I can definitely use this advantage for all of you to just try to make your concept more clear by giving you those some examples. Examples of 6C also, so that your mind open up. So students, one foreign airline company, which is one of the foreign airline company, what does it does? It's a British Airways. I gave you the example of British Airways. it enters into a lease agreement with another foreign airline company, and that airline company is say Kenya Airlines. Okay. Now British Airways, every day it is coming in India. Okay. Kenya Airlines comes only twice a week. So obviously Kenya Airlines does not have the full-fledged fleet of its aircraft and the aircraft equipments which are necessary for landing up of its aircraft. The aircraft, when they have to land, they need some equipment. Obviously landing equipments are there. So Kenya Airlines doesn't have it. Why? Only twice in a week, whereas British Airways every day. So therefore British Airways and Kenya Airlines are entering into an agreement. As per the agreement, students, what is the agreement? As per the agreement, British Airways is going to let out what? Let out its landing equipment which is in the Indian airport. To whom it is going to let out? To Kenya Airlines. So that when the Kenya Airlines aircraft lands, they can use the landing equipment of the British Airways which are there in India. Now obviously Kenya Airlines has to pay higher charges to British Airways, and that higher charges Kenya Airlines has paid in pound sterling, and that amount was paid where? In London. That amount was paid where, students? In London they have been paid. And if it has been paid in London, students, in that situation, what happened? In this case, so that amount, students, was paid in London. So in that situation, what happened? Received outside India. Where it got accrued then? Where it got accrued? Can I say therefore the accrual has taken place in India? Accrual has taken place in India? Answer is yes. Why we say that the accrual has taken place in India? You can see for yourself. Was the property or the asset or the source of income was situated in India? Was the property or the asset or the source of income, was it situated in India? Answer is yes. British Airways assets are in India, which they have given it on hire. And because of that reason, who is earning the income? Who is the person who is earning the income? British Airways is the one who is earning the income. So for British Airways, will it be an income which is deemed to accrue in India? Answer is yes. So even if British Airways is a non-resident, this income is deemed to accrue as in India. All of you are clear with this one? Everyone is convinced? By the way, who is the payer of the amount? Who is the one who is payer of the amount? Kenya Airlines. Is Kenya Airlines also non-resident? Kenya Airlines also non-resident? So you all say British Airways, who has earned the income, he is a non-resident. That income is deemed to accrue as in India. From whom the income was earned, or who is the payer of the amount? The payer of the amount is Kenya Airlines. Are they also non-resident? Answer is yes. They are also non-resident, isn't it? So my next question is ready, and you would know what is my next question. Whether the Kenya Airlines, who is the payer of that amount, are they going to deduct the TDS? Kenya Airlines, non-resident. Kenya Airlines does not have any physical presence in India. They only come, land their aircraft, collect the passenger, go. That's it. Nothing in India. Non-resident. Whether Kenya Airlines, non-resident, will they then be subject to the TDS provision? Are they supposed to deduct TDS in this case? TDS section, I told you already, you have to think like that. By the way, TDS, who is supposed to deduct TDS? Payer. Whenever you are talking about non-resident students, the person who is receiving the income is a non-resident. The general section of TDS, when the person receiving the income is non-resident or a foreign company, then the TDS section, the general TDS section is 195. Practically, you people would have heard 195 in this case. So 195 is the general TDS section. When the person who is receiving is a non-resident or a foreign company, then the payer to decide whether he has to deduct TDS or not, the payer to decide whether he has to deduct TDS or not has to refer with section 195. Has to refer with section, students, 195. Can we quickly run through 195, students, in this case? I will quickly make you refer section 195. What is the page number here? In this section itself, it is there at the end of it. I'll just let me know. Yeah, students, this particular page number is 760. I'm not this one. Can you tell me what is this? No, not 760. It will be after that. That was 808. Can you tell me this page number? In that non-resident index, if you see the index, point number 17. I have also got book. Just I'll just tell you. The page number, students, is just a second. 7. This, students, is 839. Students, 839. Now in 839, students, I want you to read only point number 1 up till here. Please read this one carefully. All of you, online students also, please read this one very carefully. Only the applicability part. I'll just be on the side so that all of you can read it properly. Are you all through with this one, students? Everyone of you read it? So, students, over here in this case, therefore, what is your take? Point number here, it says that for paying interest or any other sum chargeable to tax. How do I decide whether it is chargeable to tax or not? This is decided on the basis of section 9. How do I decide that it is chargeable to tax? This is decided on the basis of section 9. So as per section 9, it will then be considered as whether the income is chargeable to tax or not. It will be considered as to whether the income will be chargeable to tax or not. All of you agree to this one? So now in my example, who is a person who is receiving? Non-resident. Or maybe British Airways can be considered as foreign company. Who is the person who is paying? Who was the person who was paying? It was Kenya Airlines. So Kenya Airlines. Kenya Airlines is paying what? Paying any other sum chargeable to tax. Tax in the hands of whom? In the hands of non-resident or a foreign company. Then that person who is paying is liable to deduct what? Tax at source at the rate prescribed. Rate is, you just forget the rate part. But that person who is paying will be subject to deducting the TDS. Who is the receiver? Non-resident or a foreign company. Now, my query was fine. I have established what? The one who is receiving is a non-resident or foreign company. The income that was received by this foreign company is chargeable to tax under the Act. I have established that 911. That was income arising out of a property or an asset situated in India. Therefore, income is deemed to arise in India and hence chargeable to tax. So that condition is also satisfied. Okay. But our query right now is that the payer who is paying the amount is a non-resident or a foreign company. And the person who is paying the amount does not have what? Does not have any physical presence or any business connections in India. In that case also, whether the payer who is a non-resident and he does not have any connection or a physical presence in India, will that payer still will be liable to deduct TDS? Yes, he will be. And that is established through explanation number 2. Can you see this explanation number 2 below this? Students, what is this explanation number 2? Please have a look to this one. It clarifies that. Clarifies what? That the obligation to comply with section 195 and to make deduction thereunder applies and shall be deemed to have always applied and extend and shall be deemed to have always extended to all person. Means obligation. Whose obligation? Payer obligation. Obligation of what? Obligation is to deduct the TDS, and once the TDS is deducted, thereafter what is the other obligation? To deposit the amount. That's the obligation. So the TDS obligation is on the payer of the amount in that case. So therefore, the obligation will be to all person, whether that person is resident or non-resident, and whether and if that person is a non-resident, the person who is making the payment, for whom we are talking about obligation, if that person is what? If he is a non-resident, then it is irrespective of what? A and B. What is A? Whether he has got in India any of his residence, or B, any presence whatsoever. It doesn't matter. That person, he can be a non-resident who is paying the amount, on whom there is an obligation. That person can be a non-resident, and it is immaterial that that non-resident has any physical presence or any residence in India. We don't care. The TDS under 195 has to be deducted by that payer of the amount. Is that clear to all of you friends? This is the Vodafone judgment of 2012, introduced in the form of an explanation. Obviously, many queries can be there in your mind, sir. Practically, how that will apply, we don't have to get into that right now. Obviously, these things are different league altogether. The only thing that you need to focus upon is that non-resident payer. In our example, Kenya Airlines, were they under the obligation to deduct TDS? Yes. Are you going to get influenced with the status of the payer, that the payer was a non-resident or a foreign company, and the payer does not have what? Does not have any physical presence or resident in India? Are you going to get influenced with this concept? No. You are only concerned with what? If the receiver of that amount is a non-resident or a foreign company. Second, what is the second point? If the receiver of that amount is what? Non-resident or foreign company, then that amount that was received by the non-resident or the foreign company is chargeable to tax under the Act, and for which we have seen section 911, income is deemed to accrue rise in India to that non-resident. In our example, because of the asset was situated in India and hence was chargeable to tax under the Act, if that is satisfied, then the payer who pays, irrespective who he is, that payer will be under the obligation to deduct the TDS. That exactly is the point. You will have to link this concept with TDS right now and with equalization maybe later. Right now, with this, later on I will tell you how to link it with equalization maybe. I hope that all of you are clear with this one now. Every one of you. Pay if he is a resident in the normal TDS sections are there. Like 194I, 194J, many sections. 194I, 194C, works contractor now. Those are the sections which are also there. 194I, rent and all those stuff. But right now we are not bothered with that. We will see in the TDS chapter. But our focus is that pay is a receiver. Pay means receiver is a non-resident. And his income is chargeable to tax under the Act. How do you establish that? Through section 9. And once that is established, or even other way around also, mentally be clear students. Supposingly, let's take this example. British Airways and Kenya Airlines. British Airways and Kenya Airlines, they come and do an agreement. Be careful, just open up your mind on this part. They do an agreement whereby British Airways will let out landing equipments where in UK, to whom? To Kenya Airlines, so that the Kenya Airlines can land their aircraft in UK. Okay, the higher charges British Airways is receiving it in India. The higher charges British Airways, in that agreement they are receiving it where? In India. Okay, now you tell me one thing. Is this income, is it getting accrued or deemed to accrue to British Airways in India? Accrual has happened in India? No. Accrual is in UK. Why? Asset was situated outside India. Accrual is not in India. But was it received in India? Yes. If it is received in India, does it fall in section 5? If it is falling within section 5, the scope, if it is falling within the scope, is it chargeable under the Act? Is it chargeable under the Act? Yes. If it is chargeable under the Act, then whether the payer, who is the payer? Kenya Airlines, will they be required to deduct TDS under 195? The payer in this particular case will be required to deduct the TDS under section 195. This is how you have to think about it. So what you have to see in 195, the receiver is the recipient, the one who receives the income is the non-resident of foreign company. Second is very important. What is that? In this case, we have said that any other sum is chargeable. How it is chargeable? Not only section 9, there can be other angle also. Which is the other angle? If section 9 is only about the accrual or deemed accrual, isn't it? But what if accrual is also in India, but the receipt has happened in India? Even in that case, is it chargeable under the Act? Yes. And therefore, whether in that case, whether the payer of the amount, who is a resident or non-resident, we don't care. Will he be required to deduct TDS under 195? I hope that all of you are clear with this one. This is how these people target in the examination. You have to be very careful and particular on this particular part. Okay. So students, this is where it is in this particular context. Can you know how to minimize this one? And something has hanged. I can write, but it's not moving actually. Any idea on that? They will also, or maybe I have to just a second. Just a second. Oh. So asset, like in my example, the asset was in India, airline business. It's particular to a particular business, like airline business. As British Airways assets are in India. Assets were there in India. No? Property was there in India. So yes, airline business. Therefore, I give the example of airline. The airline example was given only majorly because of this. So as per this example, what we will say that the asset is asset in India. In this case, yes. So the asset particular example is what we used to say. Asset, property, or source should be in India. British Airways is doing business outside India. It's not outside India, it's worldwide business technically because they are also having the flight in India. No? So if they got a flight in India and passengers are coming in India and they are taking the passengers from India also, obviously they have got a business in India also in that case, isn't it? And this income that they have earned, is through what? Through their assets. What is their asset? The landing equipment, like aircraft landing equipments are there, no? Passenger and gets into that. Many landing equipments are there. These equipments are of British Airways. Where they are situated? In India. And what they have done of that equipment? They have given it on rent. To whom? To Kenya Airlines. Even Kenya Airlines aircraft comes from India. So therefore they are using the equipment of British Airways. Obviously the asset has been given on rent. That is the second example. Received in India. That is a different thing. Maybe this is a very hypothetical example, which has been the hypothetical example that they are getting the amount credited in Indian account. Okay, that's a hypothetical, but this is just to target a concept. They can twist it in some better example. They can ask in a better way, a better example, but your concept should be very clear. What is the concept? That it is received in India, therefore chargeable in India. And if it is chargeable in India, the one who is paying the amount, Kenya Airlines, will they be required to deduct TDS? That's how it is. So now students, in this particular case, students, transfer of capital, now we come to the second case students, is about the business, this herein. Income is deemed to accrue as in India out of what? The business connection in India. Now students, please mark this particular thing as a very important one for this examination, number 26. Please mark this to be very important. Students, just can we take a break herein? I think this 15 minutes break we'll take. Okay, and we'll resume. 15 minutes break. All the online students, right now it is 5:50. So 15 minutes break from now. Okay. There is a So we'll start now, students. Business connection, section 911, very important particular point. And what exactly it is? As per section 911, income is deemed to accrue or arise in India. Can you see that? Income is deemed to accrue or arise in India. So students, be careful. Now, if it is out of what? Business in India. This is students what? You can write in this case business connection in India. If you want to write full form right now, business connection in India. So if the non-resident has got a business connection in India, in that particular case, any income out of that business connection in India will be what? Will be deemed to accrue as in India. If a non-resident has a business connection in India, then any income out of that connection will be deemed to accrue as in India. So the core concept over here is, what is business connection? What is business connection? If you see, the Act actually does not define what is business connection. If you see, students, carefully, the Act does not define what is business connection exhaustively. What does it does? It says that business connection, be careful, business connection. Now you can just write this particular way. Business connection, it includes and it excludes. In the past, students, they have targeted everything. Business connection, it includes and it excludes. And as far as the inclusion is concerned, you get another two things. Dependent agent, business connection through dependent agent in India or through SEP in India. Through what? Through SEP in India. SEP in India can be out of, there are two tests to decide upon the SEP in India, students. There are two tests to decide upon the SEP in India. And what are the two tests? One is a turnover test and another is a user test. One is what? Turnover test and another is, students, the number of user. Or may I say turnover? Turnover would be a good word. Let's see. Not turnover, aggregate of the payment. User test. You can write like this. User test. Presence in India. On the exclusion side, right, students? Presence in India. Presence in India. Restricted only on the specific activity. Presence in India restricted only on the specific activity. This is a very important way to learn, students, because I tell you one thing, if you don't know the big picture, our problem is that we read only the specific provision and then move on. And therefore we are not in a position to distinguish what we have learned and what to answer. This then affect on the quality of our answer if we don't know the big picture. So therefore it is very important to know that the business connection in the section 911, which is, you can write here, section 911 has been defined in inclusive manner and in exclusive manner. 911, it defines in inclusive manner and in exclusive manner. In the inclusive manner, as you can see, through dependent agent in India. You will say, sir, what is dependent agent in India? Again, if you want me to write this, I can write it. If you don't have space, you can make a star mark and write below. If you don't have the space, okay? Dependent agent means that person, agent, mainly or wholly perform any of the following activity, on behalf of what? On behalf of the non-resident. And which is that activity, students? Which is that activity in this particular case? Three activities are there. Three activities are there, students. Activity 1. Activity 1. As per activity 1, plays a principal role. Plays what? A principal role which leads to the conclusion of the contract. So activity 1 is what? He is playing principal role which leads to this thing. Activity 2 is stockist in a short form. Stockist, what is stockist? Agent in India. What do you mean by stockist? Their activity is what? To store the goods of that non-resident in India. That is what the stockist is all about. And to do the delivery. And to do what? Delivery as per the instruction of the non-resident. Isn't it? That is the role of the stockist. All of you agree to this one? Activity 3, students, if you see. Activity 3 is securing the order. Agent is securing the order. Have you all referred this? I just want all of you students to just go through your chart once. I want all of you to go through your chart once. The chart that you have made right now on the business connection, include, exclude, and then we will see each and every item. The chart that you have just made, please go through this. Have you all gone through this? Contract. Activity 1 is plays a principal role which leads to the conclusion of the contract. I hope that all of you are through with this one. Now let's go with one by one. Everything has been targeted, so you have to be very careful on this. I will do the first, the exclusion part. Exclusion says what? presence in India of that non-resident is restricted to specific activity, meaning thereby they are not doing any activity beyond what is covered in the exclusion. They are not doing any activity in India other than what is given in the exclusion. If they are doing any further activity over and above what is covered in the exclusion, then in that case, will they be said to have the exposure of business connection in India? If they do any further activity over and above what is covered in the exclusion, in that case, can we say therefore that they have got a business connection in India? So the exclusion applies only in the case of limited activity. And what is the limited activity? That the presence in India should be only for those specific activity. Let's see one by one. Even this has been targeted in the examination earlier. Huh? You have to be careful on that. Now here what they are saying, operations which is confined to the purchase for the purpose of export. So what I am doing? Purchasing for the purpose of export. Purchasing the goods for the purpose of export. So my activity is what? Non-resident I am. Say spices of India. I am purchasing and then I am purchasing and then thereafter I am doing what? Exporting. If this is the only activity of the non-resident which they are doing it in India and nothing more, then that non-resident will be said to be having no business connection in India. And if there is no business connection in India, income will not be deemed to accrue as in India. But supposingly, in one of the examinations the question was asked, after purchase they did one more activity. You know what was the activity? They did the display. They kept the goods for display purpose. Now, is the displaying the goods, is it a business activity? Yes. Why? Because you want to create the awareness about that goods, about your own self. That this is the goods that you are dealing with it. So, after purchase, they put the goods on display and thereafter they did the export. Was that activity sufficient enough for having the business connection in India? Yes. Because if you want to take the benefit of the exclusion, then your activity should be confined only to purchase and export. I hope that all of you are clear. Similarly, if you see the second point students, business of what? Running a news agency, publishing newspaper, if activities are confined to collection of news for transmission out of India. So collecting the news for transmission out of India. If this is the only activity that you are doing, collecting the news for the purpose of transmission out of India, again we will say what? That there is no business connection in India. There is no business connection in India. Only this much, collecting the news, transmission out of India. Like for example, Al Jazeera, collecting the Indian news, transmission out of India. Many channels of France also they covered. Many of the Indian election they will cover. Collecting the news for transmission out of India. Will they have a business connection? No. Chandrayaan, Australian channel line, collection of news for transmission out of India. No business connection, isn't it? Then this part, be careful. Here is also they have targeted a foreign film production company if they are coming in India. Foreign film production company students if they are coming in India. Coming in India for what purpose? For the purpose of shooting of cinema films. Shooting of cinema films. In that case also that particular foreign production company will not be said to have a business connection in India. That foreign production feature film company will not be said to have business connection in India, provided your presence in India is restricted only to shooting. That is it, nothing more. Only to do what? To do the shooting. So you do the shooting, and that is it. You go back, and in that case, there is no business connection. Okay, this is what is the case. However, there are further conditions. Students, can you see 1, 2, and 3? Please read 1, 2, and 3 quickly of this exclusion. Hmm? For shooting purpose anytime. But the only factor is that the risk could be he can become a resident in this case. So, like there are some condition of resident. Na? So, otherwise, shooting. One student. All of you have read it, students, now? Now, if you remember, students, this particular ICI have targeted this last exclusion. How these people have targeted the question? Here, the foreign company, see the exclusion, huh? The foreign company should be engaged in what? In the business of, what? Business of diamonds, mining of diamonds. That should be the business of the foreign company. So, if the foreign company, if they are engaged in the business of mining of the diamonds, in that particular case, students, engage in the business of mining of the diamonds, then if the activity is restricted to what? The display of the diamonds in the notified zone in India, then if the activity is confined to the display of their diamond in the notified zone, then that activity will not give rise to any business connection to that non-resident in India. Okay, this is the exclusion. What ICA have asked in the examination? What they did? They said that the merchant traders of diamond, they came in India for what purpose? For the purpose of exhibition of the diamonds. Exhibition of the diamonds in the notified zone. Many students got carried away. They said that it is covered in the exclusion and therefore there is no business connection. But the answer was wrong. Why? The benefit of the exclusion is to whom? Is it to the trader or to the one who is in the mining? To the mining. The one who does the mining, and through the mining they are extracting the diamond, and after extracting the diamond, if they are then doing a display, they are then doing the display in the notified zone, then that activity of display will not give them any exposure of business connection in India. Is that clear to all of you? Be careful. This is what the ICF targeted in the one of the questions in the exam. Okay. Now let's come to the inclusion part. In the inclusion part, there are two things. What is the two things? One is a dependent agent, and what is the other one? SEP. Okay. What is the full form of SEP? Significant economic presence. That is the full form. First is a dependent agent. What is dependent agent? How do we know that the person is dependent agent? The person in India is a dependent agent of that non-resident. The person in India is a dependent agent of non-resident. How do we know that? The way to know that is that agent should be mainly or wholly. The agent should be mainly or wholly perform any of the following activity on behalf of the. Okay, mainly or wholly means I am exclusively acting for that particular non-resident, or mainly I am acting only for that non-resident in India. If this is the kind of the agent you have got in India, then that agent can be considered to be dependent agent of that non-resident, and that dependent agent of the non-resident should perform any one of the following three activities. And if he performs any one of the following three activities, in that particular case, students, in that particular case, that non-resident will be set to have a business connection in India. That non-resident will be set to have a business connection in India. Which are those activities which that dependent agent should perform in India so that the non-resident can get a business connection in India? Non-resident can get the exposure of business connection in India. Activity number one is the only main point. And if they have to target, they will target over here. And what is that? That agent is playing what? Principal role, which leads to what? Leads to the conclusion of the contract. Now this is the amendment point. Why? Because before the amendment, what they have said? That the dependent agent should conclude the contract. And now what they have written? That dependent agent should play a principal role which leads to the conclusion. Which leads to what? Conclusion of the contract. Are there difference between the two? Yes. So supposingly, the dependent agent in India, he is identifying the buyer. He is negotiating the terms and conditions with the buyer. He then arranges to get into the dialogue with the non-resident also. He brings them both together. Okay, but at the time when the agreement had to be signed and executed, he is out of the scene. Means he played all the role for this contract, but he didn't conclude the contract. The contract was concluded by, say, non-resident or by some other person. But did he play the principal role which led to the conclusion of this contract? Did he play the principal role which led to the conclusion of the contract? Yes. And if he played the principal role which led to the conclusion of the contract, then in that case it is sufficient enough that the non-resident will get a business connection in India. Non-resident will get what? Business connection in India. Is that clear to all of you? Every one of you are clear, and this is exactly what it is. I hope that every one of you are clear with this point. Okay, principal rule, and that is it. Only remember this. This is what they are going to target. Now, students, last point is that of the independent agent. Independent agent will not give rise to. Will not give rise to. Give rise to what? Business connection in India to the non-resident. Independent agent will not give rise to business connection in India. To whom? To the non-resident. Now you will say, sir, what is this particular business connection in this particular context? Now, who is independent agent, students? You can be in a position to tell you who is independent agent. Just take the opposite of the dependent agent. Who is independent agent? What was dependent agent? That dependent agent was mainly or wholly. That dependent agent was what? Was mainly or wholly performing any one of the following activity on behalf of the non-resident. Any one of the following activity on behalf of the non-resident. That is what the role that was being played in this context. Isn't it? That is the role that was being played in this context. Whereas over here, if you see over here, students, then what is the role that they are playing in this context? Independent means what? Here, I am not exclusively working for that non-resident. I am also working for that non-resident. Means I am working for many. He is also working with many. I am also working with many. He is also working with many. If this is a kind of a relationship, is there any exclusivity which is getting established? Answer. So, like for example, I am an agent in India. I have got the product of 10 non-resident. I have got the product of 10 non-resident. The customer comes to my shop. They decide whose goods they want to buy. Am I pushing the goods of any non-resident? No. Let the customer decide. I am not pushing for any non-resident. The customer decide. If that is the way I am dealing with it, then can I say in this case I am mainly or wholly acting on behalf of a particular non-resident? No, I am acting for no one. That is what is known as independent agent. And the independent agent presence, supposing a non-resident is having such agents in India. If the non-resident is having what? Such agents in India, can that students give rise to a business connection in India? That will not give rise to the business connection in India. I hope that every one of you are clear with this one. So that will not give rise to what? A business connection in India. Is that part clear to all of you, students? This is the independent agent. Okay. Now please come to this SEP. What is this SEP? We have already discussed. Significant economic presence. Now what does it imply? Please be careful. Students, one thing, just apply the common sense. If supposingly a non-resident has a physical presence in India, if a non-resident has a physical presence in India, what do you mean by physical presence? Physical presence would mean that I have got my own branch in India. In this case, I have got what? My own branch in India. So, can I say that I have got a business connection in India, students? I have got my own branch in India. Can I say I have got a business connection in India? Answer is yes. Answer is yes, students. We can definitely say that in this particular context, that there is a business connection of a non-resident in India. Your own branch, your own office, your own factory, all these are the examples of business connection in India. Okay, if supposingly I don't have my branch, but I have got the agents in India who are dependent agents. I don't have any office, physical office is not there. Okay, but I have got some persons in India, and these persons are mainly or wholly performing any of those activities. Will that also give rise to a business connection in India? Answer is yes. But supposingly I neither have my branch nor I have got any persons in India who is mainly or wholly acting on behalf of me. Then in that case, I will say what? I don't have any business connection in India. Isn't it? Now please be careful. You may be aware, in the COVID times, during the COVID time, the concept of physical office, physical store, all that went for a toss. Marketplace was in the internet. E-marketplace was there only. So I need not have my branch, I need not have my factory, I need not have my store. Still, in that case, what I am having? the buyer in India. So now I have closed my branches in India. I have closed my stores in India. I have got only a website. In that the listing is done. And what happens now? The buyer in India are all buying the goods through that website, which is there in this case. So, do I have any physical presence in India? No. Do I have got any dependent agent in India performing any of the following activities? No. So, in that case, what is the situation? Can say what? That this non-resident, even if he is having a very large number of turnover, even if he may be having very huge number of user base in India, still you will say what? That because he neither have any physical presence, nor he has got what? Any dependent agent in India who is mainly or wholly performing any one of the three activities on behalf of the non-resident. So somebody can say that because of neither a physical presence nor any presence of dependent agent in India, that non-resident will not have a business connection in India. Now, in that COVID time, it became a big particular challenge, a big loophole, because now in today's time, I may not have any physical presence, I may not have any agent, still I am having a huge exposure in India, and that exposure is known as the economic exposure, and hence therefore they had to introduce this concept. Which concept? The concept of significant economic presence. So now today business connection will mean general, what it means, say physical presence or presence through agent in India. But even if you may not have a physical presence, even if you may not have a presence through an agent in India, dependent agent in India, but if you have a significant economic presence in India, in that case, you will be set to have a business connection in India. Is that clear to all of you? Now, what significant economic presence means? It means one of the two. One is the turnover test and another is the user test. What is turnover test and what is user test? You can see over here, students. So turnover test means that I'm selling my goods or services to any persons in India. Can you see that? Highlight those terms. I am selling the goods. In this case, I am selling the goods or services to any persons in India. Okay, and in respect of that, the aggregate of the payment is exceeding rupees 2 crores. The aggregate of the payment which I am receiving in this sale transaction of goods or service or property is aggregate is more than 2 crores. In that situation, we can say that yes, the non-resident has got what? A significant economic presence. The non-resident has got what? A significant economic presence. I hope that all of you are clear with this one. If you see point number B over here, students, point number B. In point number B, that user. Now everyone knows the app. Download my app. Everyone is this. Sale I will do tomorrow. After 1 year I will do the sale. But first is what they will say. Please download my app. The intention is not that he will immediately buy anything. But not today. Tomorrow he will buy. Why? Because in the app everything will keep popping up. At one time of the life or the other, this person will have the need of my goods. Remember, this is a huge thing actually. So the app concept, when people are saying download the app and all, the intention is that today he is not a customer, but tomorrow he will be. In some point of time of your life, you will be my customer. You will buy one thing from me. If this is how everyone comes to him, that is it. Therefore, in point number B, what they are saying? In this case, number of user means those who are in India, number of users who are there in India, users in India through digital means. How many people would have downloaded your app? Netflix and all. Example is Netflix and any other app that you can see. So therefore, number of users in India is 3 lakhs, not rupees 3 lakhs. Number of users is 3 lakhs. Delete this rupees. So this is what it is, a significant economic process. I hope that all of you are clear with this one. Every one of you are clear with this one, students. Okay. So, a physical presence. No, that's the reason, man. The definition. He is asking a question Let's say you told about the branch in India, office in India, that physical presence in India. But we cannot find anything which is physical presence. That is what I told you. Business connection includes only agent presence and significant economic presence. Isn't it? What does it mean? So definition is only inclusive. But what does it mean? So meaning will be as per the general meaning then. Because definition is only inclusive definition. So if it is inclusive definition and it can mean anything, obviously, na? If it is only inclusive definition, then it can mean anything. Is that clear to all of you? So what does it mean? Business connection, what does it mean? It means that person has got his own branch, his own office, his own factory. Those are the cases of the means part of the definition. Okay? That is what it is. So the means is the general meaning. What is the general meaning? General meaning is physical presence. So you can write here if you want. General meaning of business connection is physical presence. Example of physical presence is branch, office, factory, etc. Okay, physical presence. Just write that. So that is the general meaning. Now friends, one exclusion we have forgotten. Friends, one exclusion. This is a very popular question in the exam. One more exclusion was there, na? We only have referred the exclusion till diamond, display of diamond. But there was last exclusion also. This is a very popular question in the exam. Can you all just go through this one? Yep. That agent who is there, the stockist or the contractually who is doing, he should be doing mainly only for this non-resident. If he is doing only mainly, yes, the non-resident will have a business connection. Non-resident will have a business connection. He should do only mainly for that non-resident. That's the only criteria. No, stockist as well as all the any three activity. Yeah. Yes. But that agent should not be doing for any other person. For closed transaction. Is that clear to all of you students? So with that now students, we are done with this business connection particular part, which gives us to the last category, which is indirect transfer. The indirect transfer, this particular part students was targeted in the last November 23 attempt. We will do this thing last. Why last? Because this was targeted earlier. Chances of this now is very less, but it's not that we are not going to do it. We are going to do this one, but I will do it last. Last means later on. Okay, but I'll deal with this. Not today. Maybe tomorrow. At the end also, I'll discuss with this particular part of the indirect transfer. There is a very beautiful practical question which I have drafted for all of you, which we'll discuss. Okay, so that I'll discuss it a bit later. So this is 911. So 911 we have done everything except for transfer of capital asset situated in India. Okay, that we'll do it later on. Now students, we move further to the next section. So indirect transfer, which will come, we'll discuss it later. This indirect transfer we'll discuss. There's one very beautiful question students. In this case, this question. The question number 3. This is one of the beautiful questions. This we'll discuss it. Probably, I don't want to do it in this part side of the session because it will be a bit heavier also. I don't want to make you to group up this. Let's come to the next one. 912 and 913. Students, again a very important. I see I have targeted one very good question on this. What is the page number? 912 and 913. That is after question number 3. Indirect transfer. Indirect transfer we'll do tomorrow. 818. Students, page 818. Now students, if you see over here very carefully, what it says, when the salary income of a non-resident, now here 911 was talking about business income, isn't it? Business income. Another was through an asset in India, property in India, or source in India, the non-resident is earning some income. Example was British Airways, isn't it? So that was also one of the case. Whereas 912 and 913 are targeting which category of non-resident? The salaried class. The non-resident who is coming in India, and if he is earning an income in India, primarily, which is the income that they are earning? Salary income. So therefore the question is, when the salary income of the non-resident will be deemed to accrue as in India? When the salary income of the non-resident will be deemed to accrue as in India? That is the question. When it will be deemed to accrue as in India? Yeah. So when it will be accrued in India? If it is, when it will be said to have been accrued in India? If this is the question to be asked. When the person outside India? When the accrual of salary, how it will take place in India? Accrual of the salary, how it will take place in India? Yeah, true. No, that is true, but just that is sufficient enough for the accrual of the salary income in India. Supposing now I'm in Hyderabad right now in this case, remuneration will be said to have accrued to me here in Hyderabad. Why? Rendering the services in Hyderabad. Isn't it? This is now the place of the accrual. Same way, if the employee, if they are rendering their services in India, in that case, whatever salary income that they will get, whatever is the salary income that they will get, can therefore we say it is deemed to accrue as in India? We can definitely say that it is deemed to accrue as in India. Is that clear to all of you students? Okay, so therefore this is how it would be considered. So if you see point number A is the general meaning. See point number A. Payable by any person, okay, earned in India. How it is earned in India? For services rendered in India. For services rendered in India. Okay. Now what about point number B? What is point number B? This is the dangerous one. Supposingly Microsoft USA are sending some of its employees where in the Indian particular to their Indian clients in India. So Microsoft has their Indian clients, so they want to send some of their employees to their Indian client location. Okay, employee says I will go, but before I go I want one month vacation, or immediately after my service in India I want 1 month vacation. That is what the employee is demanding. Employer says fair enough, take your vacation immediately before or immediately after, and that vacation is a paid vacation. That vacation is a paid vacation for that employee. So therefore point number B says what? That if he earns the salary even for that particular period, which period? The period for which he was in the rest or he was leave, which either immediately preceded the service in India or immediately succeeded the service in India, then the salary paid for that leave period, will that be deemed to accrue as in India? The salary paid for that particular period will also be deemed to accrue as in India. So this is the enlarged scope of deemed accrual of salary income of the non-resident employees. Enlarged scope of deemed income of the salary, the deemed income of salary of the non-resident employees, which is going to be taxable in India. So for the period for which he is rendering the services, taxable. But immediately before, immediately after, even that period is covered. Is that clear now, all of you students? Hmm? Yeah. Now I will just come on this one. Now, therefore, one thing that can come in your mind is this: that sir, in that situation, just type for example in Hyderabad, Bangalore, and all, probably there are fleet of foreign expats which is coming day in and day out, and therefore they are staying for a week or so, 10 days, 20 days, and all. And if 10 days and 20 days is what they stay, and then you can say that the services are rendered in India. So for that much of the period of the services which are rendered in India, you will then say what? Say that the income is accrued in India, isn't it? Which income? Salary income. And therefore salary income is accrued in India, therefore chargeable to tax. And therefore, how many people you are going to charge the tax like this? Thousands of expats comes in India like this for few days. Then in that case, for every expats for the salary which services that they have rendered in India, are you going to keep charging the tax? For that, students, they have came up with the exemption. And what is that exemption, students? That exemption is known as short stay exemption, students. Have you heard of this term? The short stay exemption? This is what was targeted in November 2023, and no of the students were in a position to write this particular answer properly. 1066. Which is a very short stay exemption. Can you just come to this? You can just write here in plus do with. I told you already, section 9. You should always do with the exemption as well. So let's have a look to this 1066. Can you tell me the page number? It is there. You can just write 10. Just write like this first, below this. Or in your book itself, short stay exemption, then just write 1066. November 23 examination. We will be solving that question also. 22 examination, sorry. In that section 10, which is immediately after section 9. After section 9 is over, section 10 comes. This. Students, 1066. Forget point numbers here, only just A and B. Read this 1066. All of you gone through this one? This was the November 22 examination. Priya? Shoaib? So therefore, students, in this context, 90 days is the buffer, isn't it? 90 days is the game. That up to 90 days period, probably the person, the expats who is coming in India and providing the services, will the salary income, will it be deemed to accrue as in India? Is that point clear to all of you students? The second particular point, students, which is there, obviously that foreign company, students should not do any trade or business in India. November 22 question that we will see tomorrow, you will find they have given it I don't recall, but 99% they were not doing any trade and business in India. Okay, but this point has to be seen. November 22 examination question, a beautiful question. You will see tomorrow. This particular thing. Okay, because why tomorrow? Because that question had many layers in that. This was one among them. There were other layers also. So for that, we will have to wait for some more concept to unfold, and then we are going to be set for that particular question. Let's proceed further, students now. So over here now, students, all of you, this is, I think that all of you have gone through this. Any doubts in this? Two? No, they will not have any trade or business means they are giving it to the client. But technically speaking, they don't have any their own physical presence in India. The fixed place. They have their own physical presence is not there. That they are not doing any trade or other business means their own physical presence is not there, technically speaking. So that is what they imply in this case. Okay. Now, students, the other part which is there is about the government also. This is an important part. So, can you tell me the page number, students, of 1066? What is the page number? 8, 1, 8, 10, 833, 1066, 833. Okay, so just give a reference of that. Now, students, for the government also, this is an again. Okay, before that, there is one very important Supreme Court judgment. Very important Supreme Court judgment in Lilly and Company Limited. Supreme Court very frequently targeted a question. Very frequently. Heard of this case law? Lilly and Company Limited? Marked to be very important case law, students. This case law is one of the most important case law. What is the name? Lilly and Company. Lilly and Company Limited. Let's proceed on this case law now. Now, what is this case law, friends? Pay attention herein. Very important. 2 or 3 times ICF targeted the question in the examination. So there is a non-resident foreign company sending its employees to the Indian client location. Okay. As per the agreement, the Indian client students were supposed to pay what? Daily allowances. Say for example 1000 rupees daily allowances they have to pay. To whom? To this expats. 90 days about the project was for say 6 months. So 90 days condition is also violated, and therefore exemption of 1066 is not applicable. Now the salary was paid, students, salary was paid by this person to the other one. The salary was being paid, students, in this case, not salary, daily allowance was paid by the Indian client to this expat. Therefore the question is, on this particular daily allowance which is paid by this person to the expat, whether this person, Indian client, will have to deduct TDS under section 192, TDS under which section? 192. Whether they will have to deduct TDS under section 192 is the issue under consideration. Generally, when we say about section 192, one particular point which comes into our mind is, what is that particular point, students? One particular point which comes to our mind is about that there should be an employer and employer relationship. Isn't it? That's what it is. Now, in this particular context, if you see, students, section 192, be careful, all of you will take a note of it. Section 192 says what? Any person paying the amount which is chargeable in the hands of the payee under the head salary shall be liable to deduct the TDS on such payment at average rate. At average rate. So therefore, what is to be seen? Is it the employer and employer relationship that has to be seen? In this case, is it employer and employer relationship that has to be seen? And the answer is, you don't have to see whether there is an employer and employer relationship. What is to be seen is that the person who is making the payment, he will come under the obligation to deduct TDS under section 192 if in the hands of the recipient payee. If in the hands of the recipient payee, the amount is chargeable in the hands of the recipient payee, the amount is chargeable under which head? Under which head? Salary. Only? No, everyone. This 192 students is for everyone. Huh? The payee here, you can write here in payee, can be resident or non-resident, doesn't matter. It is for everyone. 195 is exclusively for non-resident. 195, but this is for everyone. So what is the point, students, that has to be seen? So we have to decide, students, over here that the recipient, the person who is receiving the amount, is he receiving the amount in consequence of his employment? Is he receiving the amount in consequence of what? In consequence of his employment, or he is receiving on account of his own, or in the independent capacity he is receiving the amount? This is the criteria to be seen. So now you tell me, the daily allowance which the employees were receiving from the Indian client, were they receiving the amount in consequence of their employment, or they were receiving this amount in their own account in the independent capacity? What is the reason? It is on the in consequence of the employment, and therefore this amount received is chargeable in their hands under the head salary. And if it is chargeable in their hands under the head salary, the payer who can be any person, will be required to deduct TDS under section 192. The payer who could be any person will be required to deduct TDS under section 192. You will say, sir, what is average rate? One point that can come. There is a thing which we will read in TDS, I will let you know. But average rate in a simple way is that estimated total income of this employee, and then less chapter 60 deduction, ATC and all those stuff. Total income, apply the tax rate, which after the slab and all, apply the tax rate, get the average rate in that. After tax rate, how you get the average rate? Tax liability divided by the total income, you get the rate. That is the rate on which the TDS will be deducted. This is how it happens. Nevertheless, we will see that in 192. But this is what was the case of Lilly. Foreign employees working for a project in India. Foreign employees working in a project in India, and the Indian client were paying what? Daily allowance. Whether the Indian client will be required to deduct TDS under 192? What is that you have to write in the answer? 192. That is it. Yeah. Average rate to understood. Okay, so therefore just keep that case study. You just have to be very careful that when you write your answer, 192 should be shown distinctively, and therefore you will say that what is to be seen is that in the hands of the recipient, is it chargeable under the head salary? Is it in consequence of the employment? If the answer is yes, the payer, irrespective of whether that payer is employer or a non-employer, will he be required to deduct the TDS? Answer is yes. So students, this is how the things has to be looked upon. I hope that all of you are clear with this particular point. Fine. Again, this has been targeted 3 or 4 times. This concept which we just have learned. So it is not an out. This is the only concept which got repeated many a times. Hardly the concept gets repeated, but this was one among them. Anyways, coming to 914, dividend income. So the non-resident is earning a dividend income. Now you may say, sir, how they are earning the dividend income? Obviously, the dividend income that they are earning is from an Indian company. If the Indian company is paying the dividend income, then that dividend income is always deemed to accrue rise in India. That dividend income is always deemed to accrue rise in India. Is that clear to all of you? This is what this particular point is. If the Indian company is a catch, if they are the one who are paying, then the dividend income is always deemed to accrue rise in India. This is the real game. 915, 6 and 7. This is another set of section 9, which is the real game. What we will do, students, is this, that we will discuss this now, because now I think this discussion would be the most critical one. But before I come to this discussion, let us complete that one concept. Which was that concept? Easier one. What was that concept? Poem. Okay, let's finish off that. Otherwise, poem will be left out completely. And then we continue with this, because then I don't know where we are going to stop. I don't want to stop in midway of 9 and then that concept is also left. Obviously, 9 will not get over today. There is one very heavy thing which is going to come, royalty part. One case law again with equalization levy. Beautiful case study of RTP is there, students. Again with equalization levy, it is connected. Not targeted in May 23. It was expected actually, not targeted. So very likely for a November 23. Okay, what is that case study? I'll let you know. In that case, it is also there in our book, but a bit later. Because again, the interlinking is what? Royalty and equalization. Okay. So I just want to make you prepared that how these people are combining. Right now, our focus is TDS and 9. I am combining now two things. Which are two things? TDS and 9. Equalization levy, when we do, again there would be some combination that has to be done. And after that combination that has been done, immediately some practicals you have to see as latest as last attempt RTPs. As latest as last attempt RTPs. We will see that, students. Okay. So that combination is what is a real game. Okay. Now poem, quickly let's run through the poem. When poem was newly introduced, now that is the problem of the students. Newly introduced, do you know what used to happen? Poem concept. ICI were targeting poem concept as an independent question for 6 to 8 marks. Independent question. And now also it is there. Now students felt that okay, independently it is there. So it is important. Now they don't target independently. Now it is already have lived its prime. Okay, so it is already out of its prime form. Now it's an old provision. ICI 2 or 3 times have targeted the independent concept. So we have to be conceptually clear, and now I can tell you that what they can do is that, students, in the case of a foreign company, they can use this as a concept in their computation of total income. Definitely they can do it, and this can literally change your answer for a foreign company taxation. Because if they become a resident, just imagine a foreign company becoming a resident, world income is taxable then. Means a foreign companies poem, if it is in India, foreign companies poem, if it is in India, then its world income is taxable. Isn't it? Because it's a resident. Taxable at what rate? It is a resident in India. Taxable at what rate? World income of that foreign company will be taxable at what rate is a real gain? 40%. 40%, not 30%. This is how come 40%? Because students always keep one point in mind. The tax liability, be careful. The tax liability, students, in this context, the tax rate which is there, that tax rate is decided on the basis of what? Who is that company? Whether it's an Indian company or it is a foreign company. The residential status, that is relevant to decide what? The residential status is relevant to decide what? The scope of the total income chargeable to tax under the Act. But once the scope is decided, once the total income based on that scope is already computed, at what rate it will be taxed? At what rate it will be taxed? That will depend upon what? That will depend upon, in this case, the residential status of the person. That will depend upon the residence. That will depend upon what? Whether the company is an Indian company or the foreign company. So at what rate it will be taxed? That will depend upon whether you are Indian company or foreign company. What is the scope of the total income chargeable to tax under the Act? That will depend upon your residential status. If the foreign company, if they are a resident, global income will be chargeable to tax. Global income will be computed, and once the global income is computed, whatever the total income that is determined thereafter will be taxed. At what rate? This is where exactly you have to be very careful, students. So, this concept, students, right now we will do it. But don't expect now that they are going to ask you the questions like this. In the initial attempt, they were asking it, but we will try to finish it off in 15 minutes time. Okay? But how they are going to ask you? This is what I was telling you. Foreign company. Suddenly, in between, their poem appears to be in India. And how that will happen, we will see in one of the practical question. I think it is there in our book. One of the practical questions is there, wherein the foreign company's poem happens to be in India, the game changes. Then the total income. See the point. I'll tell you one thing, students. November 23 attempt, you have to be playing smartly also, depending upon how they have targeted May 23. Like I know which is the amendments and the case laws and the RTPs they have not considered. There we need to be focusing more clearly, more carefully. Why? Chances of the pick is very high. See, understand this is the last attempt. My last attempt for the old course. It's not last attempt that way, but last attempt in the old course. My sense is this, that if you do a smart study, you should know which, at least I can make it out, 20-25 marks is my top pick. It should be there in your paper. 20-25 marks. And I have a gut feeling that they may not play out of the box this time. Things would be quite predictable. Could be predictable. At least to the extent of 20-25 marks, which is not there earlier. So whatever I'm telling you is that we need to be smart enough also to focus on which area which has got very high values. Like I was telling you, the combination of 9 and equalization AV is a very high value target of this attempt. Why? It was expected last time also, not targeted. Last time they have targeted something else. So this is the reason why in the class when I'm looking in, will like this. Don't now expect any poem question to be stretched like this. They will do the poem but in a very limited way. So we will also not invest ourselves. We will also do it but in a limited way. Okay? But wherever we have to emphasize more with the practicals, with the RTPs and all, I am going to put more focus on that also. And I don't know students primarily, it may so happen that 10th is our last date or batch, but if it may happen that because I have to do justice to your syllabus, if it consumes 3-4 days more, so be it. But we have to complete the portion properly. Now you will say, sir, but I have to leave. Many of you, at least the face-to-face students, if you have to leave for any reason to your hometown or so, in that situation, online always you can view, isn't it? But you at least be here and we at least complete it properly, because we are giving this for the last time. Okay, now there is no second chance. So since it is the last time, bear with me. I'll ensure to do a very proper justice. And then 30th of August, one paper 50 marks. 15th September, one paper 50 marks. Get the feedback from me. Ongoing parallelly. That is what you just ensure that you don't make those mistakes, because even after learning, every student like who are attending the batch will have your own unique concern, which will be exposed only when you start writing some papers. At least I'll come to know what exactly you're doing it, and that things will be time bound. Means 1.5 hours means 1.5 hours. And one more thing, sir, 30th of August, I already told you. You said, sir, can I write on 5th of September? Emergency. But I could not write. If it has to be written 30th of August, 30th of August. Believe me, students, in the month of October, it requires a lot of guts to write some papers. When the pressure is different. So, I know that you can write paper 50 marks 30th August, 15th September, last paper is 30th September, beyond that you cannot write papers. Because beyond that the pressure will be very high. Different sort of pressures are there. So, you will have to write primarily 30th of August means 50 marks you have to write. What will be there in 50 marks? International taxation, trust taxation. One more topic I'll tell you in this particular context. International taxation means including transfer pricing and everything. Trust taxation, TDS, TCS, and maybe one more topic. So that 50 marks is a proper 50 marks as far as your examinations are concerned. And then there is another 50 marks, and that is time bound is 1.5 hours. See whether how much you can attempt in 1.5 hours in this case. It will let me know only 4 2 or 3 questions of yours, you will be exposed. At least I will come to know what exactly you are doing wrong in writing your answers. Those identification is the key, and therefore students religiously. How Bumala is asking how these online students papers be validated. Means everyone would be online at that point of time. Don't worry. 30 means modalities. Bumma, I will let you know. You will write the paper. Question will be released on that time. Write it. 5 o'clock you give it to me. Or I will give you 2 slots to write. One say in the afternoon, one at night. But you have to write on the same day. Are you getting this particular point? Okay, so therefore you please write on the same day or same night and submit it to me, so that I can give you the feedback in time. You will say, sir, 15th of September I will write your first paper. In that case, it's very late, because after feedback you have to improve also. At least give yourself that time to improve. I'm telling you students, this being the last attempt for the old course, you should have your best chance to clear the examination. And therefore don't give whatever it takes to get it through this time by hook or by crook. That's the reason why, if that requires an extra stretch on your side, that is one thing which is strongly recommended. Please do that. You definitely will be knowing that how this pays off in your examination. Okay, let's start. So students, poem means what? Poem we will understand through the test. We will see that. But one thing is there. Foreign company becomes a resident in India if its poem is in India. If its poem is in India. Okay. How to identify that the poem of that foreign company is in India? How to identify that the poem of that foreign company is in India? How to identify that? For that thing, students, we have to see whether that foreign company fulfills the test. Which test? Active business outside India test. Or it does not fulfill this active business outside India test. If the foreign company satisfies that active business outside India test, then the poem of that foreign company is presumed. Presume what? Presume that it is outside India. Why? Active business outside India is satisfied. So the poem of that foreign company is also presumed to be outside India. Logical, na? Quite logical. If your active business is outside India, you are a foreign company, your poem is presumed to be outside India. However, students, if that foreign company has got one particular person like Ratan Tata, when he acquired Jaguar, which was a loss-making company, motor car, that time he said that whatever decision that the board will take, the active business was outside India. The board was outside India. But what was the ultimate conclusion? Ratan Tata said the decision of the board would be implemented only if I give a go ahead, or else I can completely reject their decision. That de facto power is with me. So with whom the de facto power was there? With the resident in India or a Indian company. If the de facto power is with the resident in India or the Indian company, then this foreign company, which even if it satisfies the active business outside India test, even if it is satisfying the active business outside India test, we will say what? That it is. Its poem is in India. Its poem is in India. But please don't answer your, there are many students I have seen, their main answer is the exception. Don't write a main answer as an exception unless they clearly tell that the foreign company which satisfies active business outside India condition and what? And the de facto decision making authority is a resident in India or an Indian company, only then you have to say that the poem of this foreign company is in India. If they don't specify the fact that the de facto decision making authority is an Indian company or is a resident in India, please don't make this assumption then. Please don't make this assumption then that it is presumed to be in India. No. Then you have to say that the poem of this foreign company is presumed to be outside India. So they need to be very specific to tell you that this foreign company which satisfies the active business outside India test has what? Has a person resident in India who is exercising de facto control over that particular foreign company. Is that clear to all of you? Why I am saying so? Because in some of the answers I have seen that the students writing the answer is based on the exception. Exception only when. Today also in the first half we have seen the exceptions. On the case of individuals, exception to be mentioned or written in the examination only when the data supports those exceptions. If the data does not support those exceptions, even in that case, please also don't make the assumptions. Be very careful. You have to be very careful. You are also not supposed to make an assumption on the exceptions if the data is not there. Because assumptions are equally very important to get marks, which you may be aware of it primarily. And I must give you some of the inputs because I am being privy to this one because our own student, she is actually the head examiner of your direct tax paper. So she primarily lets you know, I am knowing that these are the way they are checking the answer sheets. Assumptions should not be of the exceptions unless the data is clear that the exception is targeted. Assumption should be of the general if there is no data of the exception and something of general is missing. Assumption then should be of general. Assumption should never be of the exception. These are some of the important final points that I will just give you a checklist of it at the end so that you just keep those in mind while answering those questions for which we will also make the paper in that case. Okay, I'll make that paper. On this line also, some of the data would be incomplete. Let me see what kind of assumption that you people make. Okay, whether you are thinking right or you are thinking something weird and your assumption is on the exception side, don't do that. These are one of the very critical mistakes which people do and they don't know where their marks are going. The beauty is that students don't know where they are losing out on their marks, isn't it? That's where the catch is. You need to know this is how the marks are going. Anyway, students, let's come to the next point. So, company fulfilling the test, and what is the second one? Company not fulfilling the test. Which test? Active business outside India test. Now, if the company is not fulfilling that active business outside India test, which company? Foreign company doesn't fulfill the active business outside India test, then the poem of that foreign company will depend upon the two things. Which are those two things? The two things is that who is that person? Point number one. Who is that person who is taking the key managerial and commercial decision of that foreign company? Who is that person who is taking the key managerial and commercial decision of that foreign company? And what is the second one? Where that decision is taken. The who and where is the game. So a foreign company which does not satisfy the active business outside India condition, we have to ask these two questions, and the question is, who is that person who is taking the key managerial and commercial decision of that foreign company? And the second one is what? Where that decision is taken. And if that where finally happens to be in India, once you identify the who, then you go to the next step. Where? Very easy taking. And if that where happens to be in India, then the poem of that foreign company will be in India. And if the poem of that foreign company is in India, which foreign company you are talking about? The foreign company which does not satisfy active business outside India. Then in that situation, that foreign company which does not satisfy the active business outside India condition, we will say that the foreign companies will have what, students? Will have its poem situated in India if the person who is taking key managerial and commercial decision of that foreign company is taking those decisions where? In India. Only then the poem of that foreign company is in India, otherwise the poem is outside India. Okay, and on that basis we will conclude whether it can be considered to be a resident or non-resident. Okay, now the question is, students, what is this active active business outside India test. The first box, students, is telling you whether the business is active or not, and the second box, students, is telling you whether it is outside India or not. And this is what will give you what? ABOI. This is what will give you what? ABOI. Can you just quickly run through it? I hope that many of you may be aware of it, but just quickly run through it. It will be in India. Students, all of you are through with this one? So active business will what? Means what? The passive income should not be more than 50%. The passive income should not be more than 50%. Now students, at the end of the lecture or our batch, I'll give you a list wherein right now, if you remember today, many percentage and threshold we have seen, and it is very confusing. Like for example, significant economic presence, isn't it? Can you tell me what it was? 3 lakhs and 2 crores. There, what was that? More than 3 lakhs or more than or equal to 3 lakhs? More than 2 crores or more than or equal to 2 crores? Not always. 15 lakhs, we have seen for the individual today, total income other than the income. Now this, right now it is independent. Na? In equalization, even when we do, there also 2 crores will be there. But then you touch 2 crore, you are hitting equalization. And this kind of comparison, na, it is required. So the limits which are there at various places become very confusing after one point of time. Today is the first class. Today we have done few particular limits. You feel good about it. After 10 days, if I ask you the same question, then you'll start jumping up. And that is exactly what happens in the examination day. So what I have done is that I have made a list of the entire thing. But right now I will not give it to you. Why I will not give it to you? Because right now it got no relevance. Because there are other lists which are there for other topics. Let's try to have everything, and at one go then I'll give you revise that way. It will really be very helpful for the last day of your revision. Okay. So yes, right now what they say, passive income should be not more than 50% of the total income. Meaning, it can be up to 50%. See the passive income, if it is up to 50%, if the passive income, if it is up to 50% or just equal to 50%, is the business still active? If the passive income, what is passive income? 1 and 2. 1 and 2. If it is equal to 50%, is the business still active? Is the business still active? So that the answer is yes, it is. The business is still active, students. This is how it should be considered. But the moment it goes more than 50%, then it is not, the business is not active. Isn't it? What is passive income? Other than business, every other income. Other than business, every other income you can see. Okay. At the same time, students, point number 2, if you would have seen, at the same time, point number 2, what is point number 2? Where both purchase and sale, where both the purchase and the sale is from or to the A. Means what? I am purchasing the goods from my related party, and the same goods, if I am selling it to my related party, same good to another related party, then please tell me, do you think I have done the business at all? In this particular case, I have done no business. When I am purchasing also from my related party and the same goods are being sold to another related party, where is the business? So therefore, even that income is a passive income. So those combined together, if they don't exceed 50% of the total income, then the business is active of that foreign company. Now, how do we establish that it is also outside India? That will be established if the presence of the following three is less than 50% in India. The presence of the following three is less than 50% in India. If it is equal to 50% in India, then the outside India condition is not fulfilled, or the active business outside India condition is not fulfilled. So the presence of following three should be less than 50%. And what is that following three? The employee count in India should be less than 50%. The employee count in India should be less than 50%. The payroll given to the Indian employees should be less than 50% of the total payroll. And the asset value, the asset presence in India should also be less than 50% of the global asset. If all the three conditions is less than 50% in India, then in that case we will say what, students? That the active business outside condition is fulfilled. And if it is fulfilled, then the poem is presumed to be in India. You have seen that the poem is presumed to be in India unless that exception hits. But if either the business is not active, or if the business is active but it is not outside India, in that case, the poem of that foreign company, will depend upon what? Who is taking the key managerial and commercial decision for that foreign company, and the second one is where that decision is taken. Who and where? Is that point clear to all of you students? I hope that every one of you are clear with this one. So this is how it has to be considered in this regard. So with that, students, we are done with this particular point. Now, one important thing for the meaning of certain terms, so just write this to be important. Because in this ABO, this is an important one. And be careful. The number of employees is a game. Many questions, I think it was targeted in one of the attempts earlier also. Like, foreign company does not like the employee to be in their payroll. And what happens? Many multinational companies like Johnson and Johnson, foreign company, P&G, Procter and Gamble, many foreign companies do. They will have only the few people in their payroll, and rest of the people who are working in this company, there is manpower supply agency to whom they have hired, and they will tell them their requirement and look, we want 10 CAs for this particular profile. So 10 CAs are working in J&J. The 10 CAs are working in Johnson & Johnson, but not in the payroll of J&J, in the payroll of that manpower supply agency. J&J every month is paying the salary to this manpower supply agency. Manpower supply agency will thereafter will pay it to these particular employees. But they are in whose payroll? In the manpower supply agencies. Therefore, the question to all of you is, in that particular case, whether what? Whether those people will also be counted as the employee of the foreign company in India? Whether those particular people will also be counted as the employee of that foreign company in India? Please see this number of employees. Have a look. Is that clear to all of you students? Will they be considered? The answer is yes. Not employed directly by the company. You can see this word. But perform what? Perform tasks which is similar to those performed by the employees. I hope that every one of you are clear with this one. Okay, so therefore this is the point. With that, students, I think this is the case. Just for the value of the asset, just tick mark that and you can do this as homework. With this primary student, and now in the next page, student, this is an important one. Because I suppose that they have targeted in the last RTP1 question in an indirect manner other factors. Sorry. Point number H. Mark this one, students. Point number H. Students, tell me one thing. An Indian company is 100% holding company of that foreign company. Okay? Indian company is 100% holding company of that foreign company. Whether, therefore, that foreign company, can it be said to have its poem in India? The Indian company has 100% control over that foreign company. Means foreign company is a subsidiary. Can we therefore say that the poem of that foreign company is in India? Can we therefore say that the poem of that foreign company is in India? Answer is no. This is not a criteria. This is not a test at all. So this is neither any criteria nor this is any test at all to suggest that the poem of this particular foreign company is in India. What is the criteria of the poem? We have seen that. What is the criteria of the poem? The poem depends upon whether the foreign company satisfies the active business India, active business outside India test. If it satisfies, then this is how we determine the poem. Poem is presumed to be in India unless it falls under the exception. And if the foreign company does not satisfy the active business outside India test, then this is the criteria on the basis of which we decide where is its poem. This is the way the poem is decided, not on the basis of point number H. Point number H are the list. Point number H is what? Is a list which will not be considered to decide the poem of the foreign company. Point number H is what? Is a list which will not be considered to decide the poem of the foreign company. Read it out 1 to 5 in this point number H. Sure. P full form is permanent establishment. The full form of P is permanent establishment. Okay. Those students who are seeing the live lecture, just keep in mind about the test and all that we have said. And those who will be having a Gdrive also, they will have a sufficient time because the uploading would be done immediately. So absolutely there is no excuse in this case. And for first 50 marks everyone can appear. 15 September therefore I have kept it just to take into account even the Gdrive students. So everyone can hit that first 50, next 50 and then the last is 100. Okay. Now students, this is what it is. Now this illustration you can see as a homework. They will not ask you this question, but still if you want to refer this illustration, please refer it. Okay. So I have given the illustration after this. Homework you can just write it. They will not ask you. Still, reading once, there is no harm. Now students, therefore let's come back to our journey. I will do two things today of that royalty, interest and FTS because the last thing is very technical. The characterization. That will go bound. If I do it today, so we'll stop after doing that two things. Which are the two things? Please come. 9, 1, 5, 6 and 7. Again, one of the most important area for your examination. 9, 1, 5, 6 and 7. The royalty and fees for technical services as well as interest income. Students, the checklist is very important. Over here. What is the checklist? Checklist is point number 1. Checklist of royalty, interest and FTS income deemed accrual. So always first note what, because why I am giving you this checklist? Because ICI question is of such level that the first thing, if question is targeted on royalty, interest and FTS, is to identify as to on which segment they are targeting the question, because the question can be on point number 1, when these income of non-resident. Checklist of royalty, interest, income of non-resident. When these income, the first checklist is when this income is deemed to accrue or arise to non-resident in India. These income, that is point number 1. Point number 2 is about the characterization of these income, and this characterization is going to come with equalization levy of these income. We will deal with it. So you can just write read with equalization levy, EL. Okay, there is a interlinking that will come. And the last one is assessment of these incomes. Which income? 3 incomes: royalty, interest and FTS income of non-resident. Which is the section for that? 915, 6 and 7. Is that clear to all of you? Have you written this one? This is the checklist. Identify in the examination whether the question is based on point 1 or point 2 or point 3. This itself is a most important aspect that you need to identify before you proceed to solve the question. Go with this one. Okay. So let's start with the first one. When these income is deemed to accrualize in India to the non-resident. One last point which I'll just touch. I'll just do it once, but be very clear on one thing, friends. Now is the thing that everyone is pursuing to clear their examination. We are not here for a conducive time. We are not here for conducive time. We have to clear. Do you know what is conducive time? Conducive time was when we started the lecture. That time you were fresh. I was pretty fresh. In this case, by now you are having a fatigue level. I am having my own fatigue level in this case. But do we have any option? And the answer is those particular period is gone. And now we don't have the option but to win. And therefore, on these kind of circumstances, every day, now you are in the classes, at least I am there to control you. After 15-20 days, what will happen? You will be on your own. Remember these moments. And it is these moments which decide the winner. I am telling you, this is through the experience I am telling you. 15-20 years of the experience which I had. It's only these moments. If I am fresh, I am raring to go, I can probably be like a king. But it's these dying moments who can give the last fight, probably, the last blow, and the mighty blow. That is the person, probably, who sails to it. Therefore, just keep in mind, this is not only for a CA examination. You qualify this, and if you can do this in the last 2 months and make this as a part of your own character, I'm telling you, friends, it will go a long way in your life. You will remember those particular moments that you have lived by in those 2 months, and you know, and you will believe also that only that is what has made a difference in your life. And once that becomes your character, then what happens? It comes to you naturally. Then it becomes effortless. So therefore, the struggle right now is not to get the CA degree. Eventually, if you do this, you will get the CA degree. But the struggle is to what? Get the CA degree with this sort of a character, so that whatever be the difficult times that comes probably further, you are up for the challenge and you can effortlessly do it. Which for others, they will have their own excuse. When they will have the excuse? During those difficult moments of their life. Because then the next day, students, what happens? Morning is there. You will be fresh. That's a conducive time. Raring to go. Everyone is raring to go. That does not define you. What defines you is what you do in these fragile moments of your life. And it's those fragile moments is what ultimately will make you or will break. That is what you should always do. And that's where you need to motivate and push yourself very hard. Let's do this. And at that time, friends, the distraction is very easy player. That time, if the mobile is in front of you and one call comes in, that is what it is. You just were waiting for this particular call for the whole day, and it came at that time. So therefore, that's it. It has to be like a military rule. Military rule means switch off your phone. Because if you're doing it, do it wholeheartedly, because that's the last chance of the day, and you get a mighty blow. Because this is where ultimately the things count. I'm telling you, in the interview rounds, when I had taken the interview when I was in EY, we were looking only for these things with the freshers, not obviously the attempts that you would have taken, but majorly we see these things, how these people react on those fragile moments. So we pose some very tough question, difficult question. We know that they are going to fumble, and through their answer, probably we come to know how these people are going to deal, and these moments will come to them. So do the dress rehearsal now. Make your, and that comes naturally. Interviews cannot be prepared. I'm telling you one thing very clear, students. You are in a different impression that interviews you prepare amendments and all new latest amendments, at least those things, and it's fine. But even though if you don't know, that becomes only secondary. The primary thing is who you are. At least when you are a fresher, experience is later. 10 years, 15 years, experience comes, then that is a different thing. And that's it. Nobody asks you who this. This is where we try to find out what kind of person that you are. And this is what ultimately is the make or break for our offer. These moments are the cream moments of your life. And that's what we need to cherish and try to make the best out of it. After one point of time, you'll start enjoying it. The process was, and what you will remember is only these difficult moments of your life. Nobody remember the easier thing. People tomorrow will remember only the difficult thing that has happened to your life. In the past, if you go, do you remember the normal day and average day? You remember those difficult days that has happened, the difficult moments that has happened in your life. And that's where you react in those difficult moments with the best of your foot, the best of your ability. Because if you do that and you find a success through that, this will become the memory of your life. Because the moment was difficult, another told you only you remember in past, the difficult, average or normal, no one remembers. People remember only what has happened exceptionally in past. That becomes your memory till the rest of your life. Make the moments, make the best foot forward. That's exactly what it is. Okay, let's get into it. So therefore, the last half an hour, 1 hour is difficult for both of us. We'll cherish those moments once you qualify as a chartered accountant. Okay, Nevertheless, so the first point students says what? When the income is deemed to accrue or rise in India, which income? Royalty, interest and fees for technical service. Royalty, interest and fees for technical service. Up till now students, if we revise this, section 911 told us what? Section 911 told us that the income, namely business connection or business income, which is through business connection in India, or asset, property or source in India, indirect transfer, we have skipped that. The second particular point students, which was what? Second one was the salary income. How the salary income is deemed to accrue rise in India? Salary income was deemed to accrue rise in India if the services are rendered in India by the non-resident. That is how you have accrued the income in India. Dividend, when it is received from an Indian company. When it was received from an Indian company. The next particular point students was interest, royalty and FTS. For this, the criteria is very different as compared to what we have just now have revised. Very different criteria. What is the criteria? It depends upon two things. Mainly one, who is the payer of the interest, royalty and FTS? Who is the payer of interest, royalty and FTS? That is point number one. You will say, sir, the payer is the government of India. Means, as an example, supposingly, the government has taken a loan from World Bank. The government has taken a loan from the World Bank. Okay? And it is paying the interest on that loan amount. Okay? So the non-resident, that is World Bank, for them it's an income. Now, the question is, how the government has applied the loan, whether for a project in India or for a project in Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, immaterial. Immaterial students. The government who has taken the loan and they are paying the interest to whom? To non-resident. So for non-resident it is interest income. So how the government has used the loan amount has got no relevance. That interest income always, interest income, royalty income, FTS income. If the government is the consumer of loan, of services, then irrespective of the purpose of loan or purpose for which the service was taken by the government, irrespective of that, the interest, royalty and FTS income earned by whom? Earned by the non-resident is deemed to accrue or rise in India. Irrespective. We don't see. It's a government of India. It's always for India, isn't it? Then we don't see what was the purpose for which the government has taken the loan. What was the service, why the service was being consumed for India or outside India. All these becomes irrelevant criteria. Is that clear to all of you? But the things will change if the person who have taken the loan or the person who have taken the service for which they are paying what? Interest, royalty or FTS to whom? To non-resident. So if the person who has taken the loan or the person who has consumed the service is a resident or a non-resident, even a non-resident can be the one, like the way we have discussed the Kenya Airlines and the British Airways. In that case, the consumer was also Kenya Airlines, non-resident. So here also, the consumer of the service or the one who has taken the loan could also be non-resident. Taken from whom? From another non-resident. In that case, the interest income or the FTS income or the royalty income of the non-resident, that will be deemed to accrue or rise in India. That will be deemed to accrue or rise in India. On what basis it will be deemed to accrue or rise in India? On what basis, students, it will be deemed to accrue or rise in India? That depends upon, yes. Now we will be concerned as to how these payer, who is a payer? Resident or non-resident payer? How this payer has, what is the purpose of loan? Or what the service was taken by this resident payer or by the non-resident payer, the service was taken for a project in India or a project outside India. Now we will be concerned with what? We will be concerned with the purpose. So therefore, if I have to give you the example, let's say for example, a person is resident and he has taken the loan from whom? From a foreign company or from a non-resident, and the loan was for a project of that resident in Bhutan, and on that loan it is paying interest. On that loan it is paying interest to the non-resident. Then the interest income of the non-resident will it be deemed to accrue in India? Answer is no. Now we will be interested to see the purpose. Where the loan has been applied, in India or outside India. On that basis we will decide. On that basis we will decide the location of accrual of these three incomes in the hands of the non-resident. In the hands of the non-resident. One more example I will give it to you. Taj Hotel, the Taj Group Hotel, they have the properties in India, they have the properties outside India, isn't it? Now this Taj Group Hotel, students, in respect of their one of the properties in Maldives, they have appointed a German architect firm, and that German architect firm were being called upon to provide their architect service, the technical service. The German architect firm accordingly provided the services in that Maldives property of Taj. They have billed their architect fees, which is a technical service by the way. So they have billed the architect fees to Taj Hotel Group. Taj Hotel Group accordingly were the payer of the fees for technical service. Taj Hotel Group were the payer of the fees for technical services. To whom they are making the payment? To the German architect firm. Question therefore is, whether this income will it be deemed to accrue or rise in India to this non-resident German architect firm? Who is the payer? Taj Group. Are they resident? Yes. Is Taj Group making the payment in respect of their business in India or outside India? Outside India. Maldives property. Outside India. And hence in this particular case, the fees for technical service amount paid by the resident to the non-resident, that income, which income? FTS income of the non-resident will not be deemed to have accrued or rise in India. Last example. The payee is a non-resident, payer is also non-resident. What example? JW Marriott, a multinational hotel chain, they want to set up one hotel in New Delhi. JW Marriott. They want to set up what? A hotel chain in a hotel in New Delhi. For JW Marriott, non-resident foreign company. For that they have appointed a US based architect firm. Accordingly, the architect firm has provided the services of that layout and all in respect of that Delhi hotel unit. JW Marriott US makes the payment to that US architect firm, say $1 lakh. Is it a technical service? Yes. Paid by JW Marriott non-resident to whom? To another non-resident. Payer is non-resident, payee is also non-resident. So in the hands of the payee, that is the recipient, whether that fees for technical services will it be deemed to accrue as in India? In the hands of the payee non-resident, will it be deemed to accrue as in India? That the answer is yes. Why it will be deemed to accrue as in India? Because the payer non-resident has made the payment. The service was taken. Taken for what? In respect of the business which is situated in India. The payer non-resident has taken the service in respect of what? In respect of the business which is situated in India. So can you see this for students? You have to ask this question. Business and profession carried on in India or a source of income in India? That is the question. Who is a payer? Payer is either the government. Government always deemed to accrue as in India. Isn't it? We don't care. But when it comes to resident and non-resident, this criteria is very important for us. Which criteria? That they should be making the payment in respect of the business or a source in India. They should be making the payment in respect of business or a source in India. Whereas if you see over here, students, if you see over here, what is that? Business and profession carried on outside India, or a source of income outside India. Then who is the payer? Government of India. If the payer is Government of India, will it make any difference? No. I told you, if it is the government who is the payer, irrespective the purpose for which the loan is taken or the service was consumed, in that case, the interest, royalty and fees for technical service income of the non-resident will always be deemed to accrue as in India, because the payer is Government of India. But if the payer is resident and a non-resident and it is in respect of a business or a source outside India, then it is not accrued in India. Fine. Now students, in this case, the most important point is this. In every discussion that we have discussed right now, did we put an emphasis upon the location where the service has been taken? The location where the service another is, isn't it? Okay. The location where the service was taken. But were we interested to know the place from where the services was rendered? Like for example, a German architect firm has provided a technical engineering services to an Indian automobile manufacturing company. To an Indian automobile manufacturing company. For obviously for some their manufacturing technical inputs. For that they have provided the services. That service the German company has provided while they were in Germany itself. They have not came in India. They knew the problem, we'll say that we'll troubleshoot. Be in internet, we'll tell you how to do it. So they didn't came in India. They were there in Germany itself. This sort of service, students, is known as offshore. You have heard of this one? Onshore versus offshore. What is onshore versus offshore? This generally ICI keeps asking frequently. Onshore means you are in the client location. That is onshore. And what is offshore? You are in your own location. So that is an offshore. Offshore means you are in your own location. Like in this example, this is an offshore. Offshore means this person is in his own location. Which person? This person is in his own location. That is the German company. The German company, they have not came in India. Through the internet, they troubleshoot the problem and then they raise the invoice. $50,000. The Indian company paid. Is it a technical service? Yes. Given by German company. Will it be deemed to accrue in India? Will this technical service income, will it be deemed to be accrued in India? What's your take? Think about it carefully and then answer. Online students also? Sure. Why? Reason? With reason I want. Property, how come the property? So, what did I told to all of you students? I have told to all of you this. Who is the person who is paying? You have to think from payer point of view. Payer is an Indian company. The purpose for which they are paying, is it for a source or a business in India? Answer is yes, that is for their own business operation in India. Then if the purpose for which they are paying, if it is in India, okay, then the FTS income of the non-resident German company is deemed to accrue as in India. The FTS income of the non-resident German company is deemed to accrue as in India. Now, whether that non-resident has physically came in India to provide the services or was he there in his own country, who cares? Whether he has provided onshore or offshore service, who cares? What is to be seen? What is to be seen in this case is whether the purpose for which the Indian company, being the payer of the amount, who has taken the service, was it in respect of their business? Was it in respect of their business or source situated in India? Answer is yes. Priya. So the payment was in respect of, the payment made by who? Resident. Was in respect of what? What? Was in respect of the business or a source situated in India. And hence, the FTS income earned by the non-resident, is deemed to accrue as in India. Is that point clear to all of you? I hope that every one of you are now clear with this one. Because if you are clear with this one, recall one question in the examination that was came. One attempt they have targeted that the non-resident has raised two invoices. Invoice for fees for technical service given to whom? To the Indian company, which they have not said about the purpose for which Indian company has taken the service, but it is assumed there. See here, this is what it is. Assumption. What is the assumption now you write? If they tell you that the Indian company has paid for FTS, that is it. The Indian company has paid the royalty and FTS. They don't tell you further that it was being paid for a business or a source in India. Then what would be your assumption? Is the Indian company paying for the business or source outside India if there is no such information? Or you will say that this Indian company is assumed to be paying the FTS to the non-resident for its business or a source in India. The in India is an assumption, not something foreign which is not there in the question at all. Don't make that exceptional assumptions in this, isn't it? Therefore, if the Indian company is paying to the non-resident in respect of the fees, the Indian company is paying the FTS to the non-resident, it will be assumed for want of further information. For want of further information, it will be assumed that it is paying for the business or a source situated in which is situated in it. Okay, now two bills were raised by this German company. Which were two bills? One was for onshore, means they came in India also, and another was offshore. Two separate bills, $50,000 each. And the assessing officer is taxing entire 1 lakh. Assessee says, non-resident says, no, only 50,000. Entire 1 lakh? Answer is yes. Who is the payer? Payer is the Indian company. Will they be required to deduct TDS? Because they have to deduct TDS. 195. On the entire 1 lakh or 50,000? Entire 1 lakh. Why? 195 we have seen. What is that we have seen? The sum chargeable is, in this case, what is the sum which is chargeable? Entire rupees 1 lakh. Entire rupees 1 lakh. Huh? We have seen now 50,000 for onshore, 50,000 for offshore. We don't care whether he has rendered the services in India or he has rendered the service from his country. What we have to see is the one who is making the payment. The one who is making the payment is the payment made for its business or a source which is in India. If for that purpose, if he is making the payment, then the person who receives the payment for him, this income will always be accrued in India, irrespective of whether they have rendered the services in India or outside India. Irrespective of whether they have rendered the services in India or outside India. We don't care. I hope that this point is well taken to all of you. So therefore, students, in this case, the TDS therefore will have to be deducted on the entire 1 lakh by the payer. And if there is short deduction, assessee in default to the extent of short deduction. Now that non-resident does not have any physical presence. Are we looking into a business connection angle here? No. We are talking about which income? Interest, royalty and FTS. We are not seeing business connection that non-resident should have a physical presence or any other business connection in India. We are talking about three passive income. Which are the three passive income? Interest income, royalty income and FTS income of non-resident. So here we don't see the physical presence or a business connection of the non-resident in India. Here we see what? Who is the payer of the amount. And the payer of the amount is a non-resident. Sorry, who is the payer of the amount? If the payer of the amount is the government of India, always due to accrue in India, irrespective of the purpose for which the government would have taken the loan or consumed the services. But if the payer is a resident or the payer is a non-resident, then these three income will be deemed to accrue in the hands of the non-resident if what? If the payment is made by payer resident, payer non-resident for their business or for their source in India. Only then the recipient non-resident in their hands, this three income will be deemed to accrue as in India. Is that point clear to all of us? So this is what is the first thing that we have discussed. Very frequently targeted question, students, which has been there. Okay, we will stop, students, here now today, and then tomorrow we will do, because this is the very technical point that is going to come. Okay, I'll do it tomorrow. In any case, there was a very difficult topic today. I'll see you tomorrow 2 o'clock, which is the timing which is there. Online students also tomorrow, same thing. Again, I'm repeating, students, as a closure remark. Quick points which are there. Like, we will ensure to deal with all the practicals, MCQs of your examination. Some of all the difficult particular sections we will endeavor to solve it. MCQs will try to discuss it in the class. And the last but not the least, students, we will have additional practice session which we will be, I'll let you know, for additional topic like trust taxation, assessment of companies, so that n number of questions will help us to move and navigate it properly. 10th of July is what we have. 10th of August is the date by which, but I am not going with that. I will say that even if there will be 3-4 days more, so be it, but I will ensure to exhaustively cover your syllabus so that nothing is left for chance. We cover it very comprehensively, everything, and later on finally test would be there prepared by me, 3 papers, and evaluated by me as well, because this batch probably will not be of more than 100 students, so I definitely can take that particular things in my stride. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then, students, at 2 o'clock.